The Simple Bible Study Guide for Beginners. A clear, no-guilt walkthrough of all 66 books. See the big picture of the Bible with straightforward explanations and hands-on activities. By Caleb Verdance. The book I wish someone had given me. I hid a Bible under my bed for 2 years. I wasn't ashamed of owning one. I was ashamed of not reading it. It sat there, leather-bound and gold-edged, my name embossed on the cover. A gift from my grandmother. Every few weeks I'd pull it out, flip to somewhere random, read a few verses about Hittites or burnt offerings, or someone begetting someone else, and slide it right back under the dust ruffle. Out of sight, out of guilt. At church, I smiled and nodded when people talked about their quiet time. Used phrases like walking with the Lord, even though my walk felt more like stumbling through a dark room, hands out, looking for a light switch. Everyone else seemed to have a map. I had a blindfold. Here's what nobody told me. It wasn't my fault. I wasn't spiritually broken, wasn't lazy, wasn't lacking some secret gene that made the Bible readable for everyone except me. I just didn't have the tools. Nobody had shown me how this thing worked. They handed me 66 books spanning thousands of years and basically said, good luck. This is the book I wish someone had given me back then. What changed? For years, I thought the Bible was a pile of random religious documents. Some history over here, poetry over there, a few letters near the end, and that really weird vision with dragons that nobody seems to agree about. Then someone showed me the thread. I call it the red thread. One continuous storyline running from the first page of Genesis to the last page of Revelation. A rescue mission. A God who made something beautiful, watched it break, and then refused to give up until he put it back together. Every genealogy you've ever skipped, part of the thread. Every confusing law about goats, part of it. Every angry prophet, every heartbroken psalm, every miracle, every letter, all of it weaves together into one story. And that story has a name, Jesus. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. The whole library lit up. Suddenly, I wasn't reading isolated verses anymore. I was watching a rescue unfold across centuries. And somehow, impossibly, I was invited into it. That's what I want to show you. What you'll find here. This isn't a seminary textbook. You won't learn Greek. I'm not going to quiz you on Leviticus or make you memorize the kings of Israel in order. I still mix up a few of them, honestly. And it's not a devotional with 90 days of inspirational thoughts and pretty fonts. Those have their place. What you're holding is a map. We're going to walk through the whole thing together, Genesis to Revelation. And I'm going to show you how the pieces fit, why the Bible is organized the way it is, how to read ancient poetry differently than ancient history, what those prophets were actually doing, and a simple method you can use every single day, even when life gets insane. You won't become a scholar, but you'll become a confident reader, and that's what most of us actually need. The workbook. One more thing before we start. This book comes with a companion, a digital workbook you can download and print. Why a workbook? Because reading about the Bible isn't the same as actually engaging with it. The workbook is where you do the stuff we talk about. Visual maps you can mark up, worksheets that make you think, templates for the study method you'll learn later, even space to write your own prayers. Less scary than it sounds, I promise. Download now to read along. Go to tinyurl.com/Bible workbook. Print it out, mess it up, spill coffee on it. The thing is meant to be used, not displayed. No printer? No problem. Everything in the workbook can be done with a notebook and a pen. The point is doing it. Before we start walking, few suggestions. Listen one chapter at a time. Don't binge. Each one builds on the last, and your brain needs room to breathe. At the end of each chapter, you'll find a Your Turn section. That's your cue to pause and actually engage with what you just read. Don't skip it. I know you'll be tempted. Do it anyway. The learning happens in the doing. Keep your Bible nearby. I'll reference passages throughout, And there's nothing like seeing the actual words with your own eyes. Any translation works. If you don't have a preference, the NIV is solid and readable. That's what I'll be quoting. And hey, give yourself grace. You're going to hit sections that confuse you. Welcome to the club. You're going to miss a day of reading and feel guilty about it. Also normal. The God you're about to meet in these pages isn't keeping score. He's not checking your attendance sheet. He's a father who just wants to talk to his kid. Even when the kid feels awkward, even when the kid doesn't know what to say, even when the kid has been hiding a Bible under the bed for 2 years. What I won't do. I won't waste your time with jargon that makes you feel stupid. If I ever use a fancy theological word, I'll translate it immediately into something a normal human being would actually say. I won't pretend I have all the answers either. There are parts of this book that still puzzle me, passages I've read 100 times and still feel like I'm only scratching the surface. That's okay. The mystery is part of the design. We're dealing with an infinite God here. Of course, there's more than we can fully wrap our heads around. And I won't shame you for where you're starting, wherever that is. Never cracked a Bible? Been reading for decades, somewhere in between. You're welcome here. No prerequisites, no entrance exam. But I will tell you the truth, even when it's uncomfortable, because you deserve to know what this book actually says. All of it, even the parts that don't make nice wall art. Let's go. That Bible under my bed? I finally pulled it out for good about 15 years ago. The cover is worn now, pages dog-eared, coffee stains, pencil marks, notes in the margins that remind me of hard seasons I've walked through. It doesn't look impressive anymore. It looks loved. It looks like something that's actually been part of my life. That's what I want for you. A Bible that gets used. A conversation. A relationship. A map you actually follow. You're about to walk into a library that's been changing lives for thousands of years. 66 books, dozens of authors, centuries of history, and one story tying it all together. I'm glad you're here. Let's find that light switch. Turn the page. Next up, welcome to the library. The Bible isn't one book, it's 66. And once you see how the shelves are organized, everything starts to make sense. Part 1, the orientation before you read. Chapter 1, Welcome to the Library. I once tried to assemble a treadmill using a 147-page instruction manual written in 3 languages, none of which seemed to be English. The diagrams looked like abstract art. The parts list referenced screws I couldn't find. And somewhere around page 42, I discovered I had installed the entire motor upside down. I sat on the garage floor, surrounded by bolts and Allen wrenches, and seriously considered just buying a bicycle. That's how I used to feel about the Bible, and honestly, I was embarrassed about it. I grew up going to church. I heard stories about Noah and David and a guy who got swallowed by a whale. I knew all the right answers in Sunday school, but when I tried to read the Bible on my own, like actually sit down with it, I got lost almost immediately. I would open to a random page, hoping for inspiration, and find myself staring at genealogies. Lists of names I couldn't pronounce, instructions about mildew on tent walls. I thought something was broken in me. Other people seemed to get it. They talked about their morning quiet times like they were having coffee with a close friend. They underlined verses with confidence. They glowed. Meanwhile, I was stuck somewhere in Leviticus, wondering why God cared so much about goats, feeling like I just wasn't spiritual enough to understand. I carried that shame for years. Quietly. I didn't tell anyone. Then someone told me something that changed everything. The Bible isn't a book. It's a library. The library on the floor. Imagine walking into your local library and someone has taken every single book off every single shelf and dumped them in one giant pile in the middle of the room. Cookbooks mixed with comic books. Legal documents stacked on top of love letters. Ancient poetry tangled up with history textbooks. Chaos. Now imagine someone handed you that pile, bound it all together with a leather cover, and said, "Here, read this. It will change your life." You'd be overwhelmed, confused, annoyed. That's the experience so many of us have had with the Bible. We've been handed 66 documents written across 1,500 years by dozens of authors in multiple languages from cultures we've never experienced and told to just start reading. No context, no roadmap, no one explaining that Psalms works differently than Romans, or that Isaiah feels nothing like the story of Jesus in Mark. No wonder so many of us gave up. But here's what I want you to know. It wasn't your fault. You weren't broken. You just didn't have a map. That's what this chapter is, a map. Once you see how this library is organized, the whole thing starts to make sense. And you can do this, I promise. You wouldn't read a cookbook like a novel. Quick question. When you pick up a cookbook, do you start at page 1 and read straight through to the end? Of course not. You flip to the recipe you need, scan the ingredients, follow the steps. A cookbook isn't meant to be read cover to cover. It's meant to be used. What about a novel? Totally different. You start at the beginning because you need the characters. You follow the plot because every chapter builds on the last. Skip to the end? You'd ruin everything. What about a letter from your grandmother? You read that slowly. Savor every word. Because it's personal. It's written to you. The meaning lives in the relationship behind it, not just the information. What about a legal contract? A poem? A history textbook? Each one asks something different from you as a reader. You know this already, instinctively. You do it every day without thinking. But somehow, when we open the Bible, we forget. We try to read ancient Hebrew poetry the same way we read a letter from Paul. We approach the wild, symbolic visions at the end of the Bible with the same expectations we bring to a straightforward story about Jesus healing someone. Here's what helped me. The Bible contains lots of different genres, and each genre has its own rules. Once you know that, everything gets easier. The 4 sections of the shelf. All right, let me give you a quick tour. We'll go way deeper into each section later in this book, but right now, I just want you to see the layout. Get your bearings. Think of the Bible as a library with 4 major sections. Section 1, History and Law, the Foundation. This is the first shelf you hit when you walk in. These books tell you what happened. Real events, real people, real places. The book called Genesis tells the story of creation and the first families. Exodus, which literally means the way out, tells the dramatic story of an enslaved people being rescued. Later books, like Samuel and Kings, read almost like a political history of ancient Israel. Heroes, villains, assassinations, betrayals. It's actually pretty wild. Mixed in with these stories are books of law. The first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, contain instructions God gave to his people. Sometimes people call these 5 books the Torah, a Hebrew word meaning instruction, or the Pentateuch, a Greek word meaning 5 scrolls. Fancy names, simple idea. These are the founding documents. Think of them like a constitution. Guidelines for how a nation was supposed to live with God and with each other. Here's what this means for you. When you're reading this section, you're learning what happened and how God's people were supposed to live. Don't worry, you don't need to follow the ancient rules about animal sacrifices today. We'll talk about why later. But you do need to understand them to see the bigger picture. Section 2, Poetry and Wisdom, the Heart. Now we move to a completely different shelf. This section is all about feelings. The book of Psalms is basically a hymnal. 150 songs and prayers that cover every human emotion you can imagine. Joy, despair, rage, gratitude, confusion, loneliness. These weren't written to give you information. They were written to help you feel and pray, to give you words when you don't have any. Proverbs is a collection of wise sayings. Short, punchy observations about how life actually works. Think of a wise grandfather on the porch, passing down hard-earned wisdom 1 sentence at a time. Then there are books like Job and Ecclesiastes. These wrestle with the hardest questions. Why do good people suffer? What's the point of life if everything fades? They don't always give tidy answers, and that's okay. Sometimes the Bible sits with you in the questions instead of rushing you to conclusions. Here's what this means for you. Don't read poetry looking for instructions. Read it looking for resonance. When you're grieving, Psalm 23 will meet you there. When you're celebrating, Psalm 100 will give you words. These books are the emotional soundtrack of faith. Section 3. The Prophets, the Warning and the Promise. Okay, this is where a lot of readers bail out. The prophets can feel strange, repetitive, confusing. I get it. I used to skip them entirely, but here's what helped me. The prophets weren't fortune tellers. They were more like messengers, or honestly, more like lawyers. Their job was to remind God's people of the promises they had made and the consequences of breaking them. Picture someone showing up at your door with a contract you signed, pointing to the fine print you forgot about. That's what the prophets did. They held the nation accountable, but they also spoke hope. Woven through all those warnings were beautiful promises about a coming king, a rescuer, a servant who would suffer so others wouldn't have to. When you read Isaiah chapter 53, written about 700 years before Jesus was born, you'll see a portrait so detailed it feels like it was written after the fact. Here's what this means for you. When you're reading the prophets, ask two questions. What was the immediate situation? Usually, Israel was messing up. And how does this point to the bigger rescue mission? That second question is where it gets exciting. Section 4. The New Testament, the Fulfillment. Now we cross over to the second half of the library. These books tell the story of Jesus and what happened after he left. The four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are eyewitness accounts of Jesus' life, death, and coming back to life. They're not biographies in the modern sense. They're more like four different angles on the same incredible person. Each writer emphasizes different things, but together, they paint a picture you can't look away from. Acts is the sequel. It tells the story of Jesus' followers spreading the message from Jerusalem to the edges of the known world. Spoiler, it gets messy and beautiful. Then come the letters. Sometimes people use the old word epistles, which just means letters. These were written by early church leaders like Paul, Peter, James, and John. They were sent to young churches and individual believers to explain what Jesus had accomplished and how to live in light of it. Reading someone else's mail sounds nosy, but trust me, these letters have your name on them too. And finally, Revelation, the last book. This one is full of strange symbols and intense visions. It's a genre we don't really have today. People call it apocalyptic, which basically means it uses dramatic imagery to reveal hidden truths. Don't get lost trying to decode every symbol. The promise is what matters. In the end, Jesus wins. That's the headline. Everything else is detail. Here's what this means for you. The New Testament is where everything clicks. Every story, every prophecy, every ache from the first 3 sections finds its answer here. This changes how you read. So here's what I want you to take away. Genre matters. When you know you're reading poetry, you stop expecting bullet point instructions. When you know you're reading a letter, you start paying attention to the relationship between the writer and the people receiving it. When you know you're in one of those wild, symbolic sections, you hold the imagery loosely instead of forcing it to be literal. This isn't complicated. You already do this every day with other things you read. We're just applying the same common sense to the Bible. You've got this. What's a genre? A genre is just a category of writing. It answers the question, what kind of book is this? You'd read a mystery novel differently than a science textbook, right? Same idea here. Knowing the genre helps you read it the way it was meant to be read. The main genres in the Bible: narrative and history, stories about events and people; law, rules and instructions for living; poetry, songs, prayers, and emotional expression; wisdom, practical sayings about life. Prophecy, messages from God through His messengers. Gospels, accounts of Jesus' life and teaching. Letters, written to churches and individuals. Apocalyptic, symbolic visions about the future and the end. Your turn. Before you flip to the next chapter, I want you to do something. If you downloaded the digital workbook that comes with this book, pull up the Genre Bookshelf worksheet. Print it out. Grab some colored pencils or markers. Yes, really. You'll see an illustration of a bookshelf with 66 books, one for each book of the Bible. They're grouped by genre and color-coded. As you work through this guide, you'll color in each book as you learn about it. This might feel silly, a little elementary school. Do it anyway. There's something about physically marking your progress that helps your brain remember. By the end of this book, you'll have a completed bookshelf, a visual map of the entire Bible that you made. That's yours. No workbook? No problem. Grab a piece of paper. Draw 66 little rectangles in 4 groups. Label them history/law, poetry/wisdom, prophets, and New Testament. Color them in as we go. Forget perfection. Just show up. One more confession. For years, I treated the Bible like a magic 8-ball. I'm not proud of this, but I'd close my eyes, flip to a random page, point at a verse, and hope God would speak directly to my situation. Sometimes it felt meaningful. Sometimes I landed on Leviticus 14:40. He is to order that the contaminated stones be torn out and thrown into an unclean place outside the town, and wondered if God was telling me to renovate my kitchen. I don't do that anymore. Not because God can't speak through random verses. He's God. He can do whatever He wants. But because I've learned the Bible wasn't designed that way. It was designed to be read, understood, studied in context. And the more I learned how the library worked, the more alive the whole thing became. Here's what I want you to hear. You're not going to become a Bible scholar by the end of this book. That's not the goal. I'm not trying to turn you into a theologian. The goal is simpler, way simpler. I want you to be able to walk into this library without fear, to know where things are, to understand why certain books feel confusing and what to do about it. Most of all, I want you to discover what I discovered, that behind all these different genres and authors and centuries, there's actually one story being told, a story about a God who refuses to give up on people like us. That's the story we're going to trace together. You're the one walking through this library. I'm just the guy who's been here before, happy to show you around. Ready? Turn the page. Next up, we're going to zoom out and look at the single storyline that ties all 66 books together. I call it the red thread. Once you see it, you'll never read the Bible the same way again. Chapter 2, The Big Picture. I ruined a date once by being 2 hours late to a movie. Actually, I wasn't late. I had the wrong day entirely. Showed up Saturday instead of Friday. The movie had already been playing for so long that I considered just calling the whole thing off. But I'd driven 45 minutes. She'd already bought popcorn. So we stayed. Worst 2 hours of my life. People on screen were weeping. My date was gripping my arm during the climax. I had absolutely no idea what was happening. Some guy died and the whole theater gasped. I leaned over and whispered, "Who was that?" She gave me a look that said, "We are never doing this again." She was right. We didn't. Later, I found out the movie was incredible. Critics loved it. Friends raved about it. But I had missed the whole thing. Not because I wasn't in the building, because I didn't know the story. I had all the scenes, none of the plot. That's exactly how I used to feel reading the Bible. I'd open to some dramatic moment, a battle, a miracle, a weird vision involving wheels and eyeballs, and feel nothing. Not because the moment wasn't powerful, because I didn't know where it fit. I was watching the middle of the movie, no idea how we got here, no clue where we were headed. But here's what changed everything for me. The Bible isn't a collection of disconnected stories. It's one story, one continuous cover-to-cover story. And once you see it, everything clicks. In the last chapter, I showed you the library. 66 books, different genres on different shelves. That's the layout. Now I want to show you the plot. The red thread. Picture a single red thread. Now imagine it running through every page of a massive book. Sometimes it's right on the surface, bright and obvious. Sometimes it dips underneath, hiding behind what looks like a totally unrelated story. But it's always there, first page to last. That thread holds everything together. That's what the Bible has. I call it the red thread. Some people use the word meta-narrative, which just means the big story that all the little stories belong to. I prefer red thread because I can actually picture it, and because it sounds less like a college lecture. So what's the thread about? Rescue. The entire Bible, all 66 books, all those centuries, all those different authors, tells one story. A God who made something beautiful, watched it break, and then launched the most relentless rescue mission in history to put it back together. And the rescue mission has a name: Jesus. Every weird genealogy, every ancient battle, every confusing law about goats, every heartbroken psalm, every prophet shouting into the wind, it's all pointing toward him or pointing back at him. Jesus is the knot that ties the whole thing together. Once you see this, you can't unsee it. A play in 4 acts. Here's the simplest way I know to understand the whole Bible. Think of it as a play. 4 acts, that's it. Every story you'll ever read, Noah and the boat, David and the giant, Paul writing letters from jail, fits somewhere in this framework. Learn the 4 acts and you'll always know where you are. Ready? Let's walk through them. Act 1, Creation, how it was supposed to be. The story opens in a garden. Genesis, the very first book of the Bible, paints a picture of a world that actually worked. God spoke things into existence: light, land, animals, and finally, humans. When he finished, he didn't say it was fine or functional. He said it was very good. Picture this: a world with no anxiety, no shame, no funerals. The first humans, Adam and Eve, walked with God like you'd walk with your closest friend. No walls, no hiding, just open relationship. With God, with each other, with the whole world around them. This is the design, the blueprint, the way things were supposed to be. Whenever you're reading the Bible and wondering, why does this matter? Ask yourself, how does this connect to the original design? That question will open up a lot. Act 1 is short, just 2 chapters, but it sets up everything that follows. And then it all falls apart. Act 2, the fall, the break. Every good story needs a crisis. This one's no different. In Genesis chapter 3, the humans decide to step outside the design. A voice whispers that God is holding out on them, that there's something better just out of reach. So they reach. They take what wasn't theirs, and the whole world cracks. Some people call this the fall. I think of it as the break, that moment when everything fractured. Shame shows up. Death shows up. The relationship that was wide open suddenly has a wall through the middle of it. Adam and Eve hide from God, the same God they used to walk with. And the break doesn't stop. It spreads. By Genesis chapter 4, there's already murder. One brother kills another. By chapter 6, the world is so full of violence that God grieves he ever made it. The rest of the Old Testament? Basically a long, honest record of humanity choosing the break over and over. Empires rise and fall. People make promises and betray them. Even the heroes mess up spectacularly. Abraham lies. Moses loses his temper. David, the guy called a man after God's own heart, commits adultery and covers it up with murder. Act 2 takes up most of the Old Testament. Why? Because it's honest. It refuses to pretend the problem isn't serious. Page after page shows us that we can't fix ourselves. can't keep our promises, can't find our way back to the garden on our own. But here's the thing. Scattered all through Act 2 are these whispers, hints, promises that someone is coming, someone who can do what we can't, a rescuer. Act 3, Redemption, the rescue. This is where the thread turns crimson. After centuries of waiting, after prophecy, a baby is born in an obscure town called Bethlehem. His name is Jesus. And he's not just another character in the story. He's the point of the story. The Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 4 books at the start of the New Testament that tell Jesus' life, describe someone unlike anyone who came before. He healed sick people, welcomed outcasts, forgave the guilty, announced that God's kingdom was breaking into the world right now. He claimed to be the answer to every promise the Old Testament ever made. And then he died. On a Roman cross, surrounded by people mocking him, Jesus took the full weight of the break onto himself. The Bible says he absorbed our rebellion, our shame, the death that should have been ours. He didn't deserve any of it. He chose it. Why? Because that's what rescue looks like. The rescuer goes into the danger. The rescuer pays the cost. Jesus wasn't overpowered. He laid down his life because that was the only way to fix the break. But here's the story takes its wildest turn. 3 days later, the grave was empty. Jesus rose from the dead. Literally, physically. His followers touched him, ate breakfast with him, watched him walk through locked doors. The resurrection isn't a metaphor or a nice feeling. It's God's announcement that the rescue worked. Death itself got beat. Act 3 is the climax. Everything before it points here. Everything after it flows from here. Act 4, Restoration, the fix in progress. You'd think the story ends at Easter. It doesn't. There's one more act. And here's the wild part. You're living in. After Jesus rose, he spent 40 days with his followers and then went back to heaven. But he didn't leave them hanging. He sent his Spirit to live inside them, to give them power, guide them, and begin the slow work of making everything new. The book called Acts, yes, that's literally its name, and all the letters that follow tell what happened next. A handful of ordinary people, fishermen, tax collectors, one guy who used to hunt down Christians, spread a message that turned the world upside down. They weren't just announcing that Jesus rose, they were inviting everyone to join the rescue mission. That is where we are right now. Act 4. The rescue has been accomplished, but it's still being applied. Jesus won the war, but the battles continue. The break is being mended in hearts, in families, in whole communities. But it's not finished yet. We live in the tension between it is finished and it will be finished. The Bible ends with a promise. The last book, Revelation, the weird one with all the dragons, paints a picture of how Act 4 wraps up. A renewed creation. No more tears, no more death, no more separation. God living with his people again, not in a garden this time, but in a city where the gates never close. Creation, fall, redemption, restoration. That's the story. That's the red thread. And now you know it. The 4 acts at a glance. Act 1, Creation. How it was supposed to be. God makes a good world. Humans live in open relationship with him. No shame, no death. Genesis 1 and 2. Act 2, Fall, the break. Humans step outside the design. Everything fractures. The Old Testament shows us we can't fix ourselves. Genesis 3 till Malachi. Act 3, Redemption, the rescue. Jesus comes, lives the life we couldn't, dies the death we deserved, rises again. The break gets healed at the source. Matthew till John. Act 4, Restoration, the fix in progress. The Spirit works through God's people. One day, all things will be made completely new. Acts till Revelation. Why this changes how you read. Okay, so this isn't just interesting trivia. It's actually practical. When you sit down with any part of the Bible, you can now ask, where am I in the story? Reading about the Israelites wandering in the desert? That's Act 2. You're watching God patiently work with a broken people, giving them laws and structures that point towards something better. Reading a prophet's angry warning? Still, Act 2. You're hearing God's messenger announce both the consequences of the break and the promise that rescue is coming. Reading about Jesus healing a blind man? Act 3. You're watching the rescuer push back the effects of the fall in real time. Reading one of Paul's letters to a struggling church? Act 4. You're seeing how rescued people learn to actually live like it's true. Know the acts, and the individual scenes start making sense. A quick confession. Even after I learned this framework, I still got confused sometimes. I'd read a passage and think, wait, where does this fit? I'd hit a chapter that seemed to have nothing to do with Jesus and wonder if I was missing something. Turns out, that's normal. The red thread doesn't mean every single verse has a neon sign pointing to Jesus. Some connections take time. Some only become clear after you've read more of the story. The thread is always there, but sometimes you have to follow it for a while before you see where it's going. Think of a mystery novel. Early on, you might read a scene that seems random, pointless, but by the end, you realize it was setting up the whole finale. The Bible works like that. What looks disconnected in chapter 3 often reveals its purpose by chapter 30. So give yourself grace. You're not supposed to understand it all instantly. This is a story that took 1,500 years to tell. It's going to take more than one reading to absorb. The thread in unexpected places. Here's something that blew my mind when I first found it. The red thread shows up in the strangest places. Take Abraham. Back in Genesis, God told him to sacrifice his only son, Isaac. I know, dark stuff. Abraham took the boy up a mountain, raised the knife, and at the last second, God stopped him, provided a ram to sacrifice instead. Bizarre story, but also a preview. Centuries later, on a hill not far from that mountain, God would not stop the sacrifice. He would offer his own son. Or think about the Passover. In the book of Exodus, the Israelites were slaves in Egypt. God sent plagues to convince Pharaoh to let them go. The final plague? Death of every firstborn son. Unless the family sacrificed a lamb and painted its blood on their doorframe. When the angel of death saw the blood, he passed over that house. The New Testament calls Jesus the Lamb of God. His blood marks those who trust him. Death passes over. Or Jonah, a prophet who got swallowed by a giant fish, spent 3 days in its belly before getting spit onto dry land. Jesus himself pointed to this story. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Matthew 12:40 NIV. The thread is everywhere, hidden in plain sight, waiting for you to find it. Your turn. If you downloaded the digital workbook, now's the time to pull up the meta-narrative map. You'll see a simple timeline divided into 4 sections. As you work through the rest of this guide, you're going to fill it in, book by book, section by section, placing each part of the Bible into its proper act. For now, just get familiar with the layout. Write the act names in the headers. Maybe jot a few keywords: garden under creation, snake under fall, cross under redemption, new city under restoration. This map is going to become your anchor. When you're knee-deep in Leviticus wondering what on earth is happening, you can look at your map and remember, oh, I'm still in Act 2. The rescue hasn't happened yet. This is all building towards something. No workbook? No problem. Grab any piece of paper, draw a horizontal line, divide it into 4 sections. Label them. Stick it in your Bible. Simple tools, big payoff. One story, one invitation. Here's what I want you to hear before we move on. The red thread isn't just a story about ancient people. It's a story you're invited into. The Bible isn't a museum exhibit. It's not a record of what God used to do before he retired. It's a living invitation. The same God who created the garden, who chased a broken humanity for centuries, who sent his Son to absorb the break, that God is still at work, right now, still rescuing, still restoring, and he wants you in on it. That's what reading the Bible is really about. Not collecting facts, not checking a religious box. It's about meeting the God behind the words and letting his story become yours. You're not late to this movie. There's been a seat saved for you since before you were born. Welcome to the story. Ready to keep going? Turn the page. Next up, now that you've got the big picture, you need the tools. I'm going to show you how to actually study the Bible without needing a seminary degree. I call it the archaeologist's method. It's 3 questions. That's it. Trust me, you can do this. Chapter 3, The Tools of the Trade. I once flooded my bathroom trying to fix a leaky faucet. The drip was driving me crazy. 1 drop every 3 seconds, like water torture. I couldn't sleep. So at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, I watched a 5-minute YouTube video, felt weirdly confident, and grabbed the only tool I could find in my junk drawer, a pair of pliers. 30 minutes later, I was standing ankle deep in water holding a broken pipe while my wife called an actual plumber. At midnight, on a Tuesday. The look she gave me could have curdled milk. The plumber showed up with a small bag. Took him about 8 minutes to fix everything. When he finished, he looked at my pliers, then at me, and said, "You know these are for electrical work, right?" I did not know that. I wasn't lazy. I wasn't stupid. I genuinely wanted to fix the problem. I just had the wrong tool. What I needed was something called a basin wrench. I own 3 of them now. Lessons learned. I think about that flooded bathroom every time someone tells me they tried to read the Bible and gave up. Most of us approach Scripture the same way I approached that faucet. Enthusiasm? Check. Good intentions? Check. Tools? Sure. We've got a Bible on our shelf, maybe an app on our phone, but we're using the wrong ones, or the right ones in the wrong way. And then we wonder why everything feels broken. My Bible roulette phase. I need to confess something. For years, my entire Bible study method looked like this. Close eyes, flip pages, point finger, read verse, hope for magic. I called it letting God speak. Looking back, it was closer to spiritual roulette. Sometimes the ball landed on something beautiful, a psalm about hope, a promise about God's presence. Sometimes it landed on a verse about someone's intestines falling out in battle. That's actually in there. 2 Samuel chapter 20. You're welcome. The problem wasn't that God couldn't speak through random verses. He's God. He can do whatever he wants. The problem was that I was treating the Bible like a fortune cookie instead of what it actually is. A library full of different kinds of documents written across centuries. I didn't know how to actually study it. And honestly, I was intimidated. Real Bible study felt like something for seminary students, pastors, people with Greek dictionaries and color-coded highlighter systems, and way more patience than me. I figured I just wasn't smart enough to do it right. Turns out, I was wrong. You don't need to be smart to study the Bible. You just need the right questions, 3 of them to be exact, and you already know how to ask them. The archaeologist's method. Stay with me here. This is easier than it sounds. Imagine you're an archaeologist. Go ahead, picture the hat, the dusty boots, maybe a whip if you're feeling cinematic. You've just dug up an ancient letter that's been buried in the sand for 2,000 years. Before you can understand what it says, you need to figure out some basics. Who wrote this? Was it a king? A slave? A merchant? A priest? The identity of the writer changes everything about how you read it. Who was it written to? A military commander? A grieving widow? A rebellious nation? The audience shapes the message. When was it written? During a war? After a victory? In the middle of a famine? The timing gives the words their weight. 3 questions. Who, to whom, and when. That's it. That's the foundation of understanding anything written in the past. I call it the archaeologist's method. Not because it's fancy, because it makes me feel like Indiana Jones instead of a guy who failed his first attempt at reading Leviticus. Here's the beautiful part. You already do this every day without thinking. When you get a text from your mom, you read it differently than a text from your boss. When you find an old letter in your grandpa's attic, you immediately want to know who wrote it, who received it, and when. This isn't academic, it's instinct. We're just going to apply that same instinct to the Bible. Let me show you how. Question 1. Who wrote this? Every book of the Bible has an author. Sometimes we know exactly who it was. Sometimes it's a mystery. But knowing even a little about the writer cracks open the text in surprising ways. Take Paul. He wrote about a third of the New Testament. Letters to churches in Rome, Corinth, Ephesus, and more. But here's the backstory they don't always tell you in Sunday school. Paul used to hunt Christians. Seriously. He was there when the first Christian martyr was stoned to death. He held the coats of the people throwing the rocks. Then Jesus met him on a road, blinded him, changed everything. The hunter became a missionary. When you know that backstory, suddenly Paul's obsession with grace makes sense. In his letter to a young pastor named Timothy, he writes, "Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners, of whom I am the worst." 1 Timothy 1:15, NIV. He's not being dramatic, he's being honest. He knows he didn't deserve rescue. That's why grace drips off every page he wrote. Or think about David. He wrote many of the songs in the book of Psalms. The Bible's built-in playlist of prayers and worship. David was a shepherd who became a warrior who became a king. He was called a man after God's own heart. But he also committed adultery and covered it up with murder. The guy who wrote some of the most beautiful worship songs in history also wrote some of the most gut-wrenching prayers of repentance. Psalm 51 is his confession after getting caught. "Have mercy on me, O God. Wash away all my iniquity." Psalm 51, 1-2, NIV. That word iniquity just means guilt, wrongdoing, the stuff that stains you. Knowing the author makes those words hit different. This isn't abstract theology. This is a broken king on his knees. The writer isn't just a name on a page. The writer is a person with a story. And that story shapes everything they wrote. Question 2. Who was it written to? Here's something that rewired how I read the Bible. Most of it wasn't originally written to me. I know, obvious, right? But I used to read every verse like it was a personal text message from God aimed directly at my situation. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it leads to weird conclusions. Paul's letter to the Romans was written to a specific church in a specific city, dealing with specific drama. Jewish believers and non-Jewish believers were trying to figure out how to be one community, and they were not doing great. His letter to the Corinthians? That church was literally suing each other and arguing about who got to speak during services. These weren't generic newsletters. They were targeted interventions. Does that mean they don't apply to us? Not at all. But we understand them better when we know the original audience first. What problem were they facing? What questions were they asking? What baggage were they dragging into the room? Think of it like reading someone else's mail. If your friend forwards you an email from their boss, you can understand it. But you'll really understand it if you know the backstory. Was there a conflict? A promotion? A deadline they missed? Same deal with the Bible. The more you know about who first received these words, the more alive they become. Written for them first. Written for us too. But we've got to cross the bridge to get there. Question 3. What time is it? This one's my favorite. And it's the question most people skip. What time is it? Doesn't mean check your watch. It means, where does this passage fit in the big story? Remember the 4 acts from chapter 2? Creation, fall, redemption, restoration. the red thread running through every page. Every passage in the Bible sits somewhere on that timeline. And knowing where you are changes everything about how you read. Here's a real example. The book of Leviticus, the one with all the rules about sacrifices and mildew, contains incredibly detailed instructions about offering animal sacrifices. Pages and pages of it. Blood on the altar, fat burned, specific animals for specific sins. If you don't know what time it is, you might panic. Wait, am I supposed to do this? Should I be sacrificing goats? Where do I even get a goat? But if you know you're reading Act 2, before Jesus, before the rescue mission reaches its climax, it clicks. Those sacrifices were pointing forward. They were pictures of something, or someone, greater coming. A later book in the New Testament, called Hebrews, explains it clearly. It is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Hebrews 10:4 NIV. Those ancient sacrifices were shadows. Jesus was the real thing they pointed to. So no, you don't need to sacrifice a goat. Your neighbors will thank you. But understanding why they did back then helps you see the whole story more clearly. Always ask, what time is it? Am I before the rescue, during the rescue, or after the rescue? That single question will save you from so much confusion. The archaeologist's questions. Before you start any book of the Bible, ask yourself, 1. Who wrote it? What do we know about the author? What was their background, their struggles, their story with God? 2. Who was it written to? Who first received this? What were they dealing with? What questions were keeping them up at night? 3. What time is it? Where does this fit in the big story? Are we before Jesus, during his life, or after his resurrection? These 3 questions will unlock 90% of what used to confuse you. Seriously. A quick word about translations. Before we move on, let's tackle something that trips up a lot of people. Which Bible should you actually use? Walk into any bookstore or scroll through Amazon for 30 seconds, and you'll find dozens of translations. King James, New American Standard, English Standard, New Living, The Message. It's overwhelming. I've watched people get so paralyzed by the choice that they never start reading at all. Don't be that person. Here's the quick and dirty explanation. The Bible was originally written in 3 languages: Hebrew, most of the Old Testament, a little Aramaic, and Greek, the New Testament. Every English Bible you've ever seen is a translation from those original languages. The question is just how they translated it. Think of it like 2 ends of a spectrum. On one end, word-for-word translations. These try to stick as close to the original words as possible. If the Greek uses a specific phrase, they keep that phrase in English, even if it sounds a little clunky. Examples: New American Standard Bible, English Standard Version. Great for deep study, can feel stiff to read out loud. On the other end, thought-for-thought translations. These focus on capturing the original meaning, even if it means swapping out some words. They prioritize flow and readability. Examples: New Living Translation, The Message. Easy to read, sometimes drift from the original phrasing. Neither is wrong, they're just different tools. See, there's that word again. For this book, and for most of your everyday reading, I'd point you to something in the middle, the New International Version, NIV. It's accurate enough to trust and readable enough to enjoy. A solid all-arounder. But here's my actual advice. Just pick one and start reading. The best Bible translation is the one you'll actually open. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. You can compare translations later. For now, get in. Start exploring. You've got this. Translation Cheat Sheet. 1. Word for word. NASBESV KJV. Best for deep study, comparing exact wording. Trade-off. Can feel stiff or hard to read. 2. Balanced. NIV CSB. Best for daily reading, general study. Trade-off. A solid middle ground. This is what I recommend. 3. Thought for thought. NLT, The Message. Best for brand new readers. devotional reading, getting the big picture. Trade-off, less precise, more interpretation baked in. Your turn, the context card. All right, time to put this into practice. If you downloaded the digital workbook that comes with this book, pull up the context card. It's a simple bookmark-sized template you can print out. On it, you'll see space for the 3 archaeologists' questions: author, audience, timeline. Here's how to use it. Before you start any book of the Bible, spend 5 minutes filling in what you know. Sometimes you'll need to do a little digging. The introduction pages in most study Bibles are perfect for this. Or just search online, who wrote the book of James? That's not cheating, that's being smart. Once you've filled in the card, stick it in your Bible as a bookmark. Every time you open to that book, you'll see the context staring back at you. A constant reminder, you're not reading in a vacuum. You're stepping into a conversation that started thousands of years ago. No workbook? No problem. Grab an index card. Draw 3 lines. Label them author, audience, when. Done. You just built your own archaeological toolkit. The goal here isn't perfection. The goal is curiosity. You're not trying to become a scholar. You're just trying to read with your eyes open. What this actually looks like. Let me tell you what happened when I started using these questions. I used to dread the book of Romans. 16 chapters of dense theology, long, winding sentences, words I couldn't pronounce, let alone define. I'd tried to read it 3 times, never made it past chapter 5. Then I tried the 3 questions. Who wrote it? Paul, the former Christian hunter, the guy who genuinely believed he was the worst sinner who ever lived. Suddenly, his obsession with grace made sense. He wasn't preaching theory, he was giving testimony. He'd lived it. Who was it written to? A church in Rome that Paul had never actually visited. Jewish believers and Gentile believers, that's the Bible's word for non-Jewish people, were trying to figure out how to be one family. And there was tension, judgment, superiority complexes flying in both directions. Paul was writing to say, the ground is level at the foot of the cross. None of you earned this. What time is it? Act 4. After Jesus rose from the dead. After that explosive day called Pentecost, when God's Spirit came to live inside ordinary people, we'll get there in chapter 9. The rescue mission was accomplished. Paul was unpacking what it meant. He wasn't asking anyone to earn salvation. He was explaining a gift that had already been given. With those answers in my back pocket, I tried Romans again. Still not easy. Some of it still felt dense. But now it had context. I wasn't staring at abstract theology. I was eavesdropping on a conversation between a former murderer and a divided church. I could feel the stake. That's what the right tools do. They don't make everything simple, they make everything meaningful. The plumber's secret. Remember the plumber I called at midnight after I flooded my bathroom? After he fixed the pipe, in 8 minutes, which still stings, he said something I've never forgotten. Most of my emergency calls aren't because the problem was too hard. It's because someone used the wrong tool or skipped a step. You don't need to be a plumber, you just need to know which wrench to grab. He was talking about pipes, but he could have been talking about the Bible. You don't need a seminary degree. You don't need to read ancient Greek. You don't need to be the smartest person in your small group or your family or your friend circle. You just need the right questions. Who wrote it? Who was it written to? What time is it? 3 questions. 1,000 doors unlocked. Now look at what you've got. The map from chapter 1. You know the library is organized by genre. The big story from chapter 2. You know about the red thread that ties it all together. And now the tools from chapter 3. 3 simple questions that turn confusing passages into conversations you can actually follow. You're more equipped than you realize. Ready to actually use this stuff? Good. Turn the page. Next up, we're diving into the deep end, the first 5 books of the Bible. Some people call them the Torah or the Pentateuch. Fancy names, I know. Don't let them scare you. I'm going to show you why these ancient documents still matter and why understanding them changes everything that comes after. Part 2. The Old Testament, the Promise. Chapter 4. The Pentateuch. I skipped Leviticus for 6 years. I'm not proud of it, but every time I tried to read through the Bible from the beginning, I'd hit that third book and bail. Genesis was fine, interesting even. Exodus had drama, plagues, a sea splitting in half, good stuff. Then Leviticus, page after page about animal sacrifices. Instructions for what to do if you find mildew on your tent walls. Rules about which bugs you can eat. Locusts? Apparently fine. Beetles? Somehow not. I'd last maybe 2 chapters before my eyes glazed over and I quietly closed my Bible, pretending I'd get back to it later. I never got back to it. Here's the embarrassing part. I was leading a small group at my church. People would ask me questions about the Old Testament, and I'd pivot, change the subject, quote something from the Gospels instead. I felt like a fraud, like I had a library card but only ever visited one shelf. Then someone explained these books to me in a way that made everything click, and I felt stupid for not seeing it sooner. Time to use your tools. Remember those 3 questions from the last chapter? The archaeologist's method? Who wrote it? Who received it? What time is it? Now you get to use them for real. The first 5 books of the Bible are sometimes called the Pentateuch, fancy Greek for 5 scrolls, or the Torah, Hebrew for teaching. These books are the foundation of everything that follows. Skip them, and the rest of the Bible feels random. Understand them, and suddenly you've got a map. So, let's dig. Who wrote these books? Traditionally, Moses, the guy who led the Israelites out of Egypt. He was there for most of what he's describing. Who first received them? The Israelites, a nation of former slaves trying to figure out how to live as free people with a holy God in their midst. What time is it? Act 1 and Act 2 of the big story. Creation, the fall, the beginning of God's rescue mission. Everything you need to understand the red thread starts here. Okay, deep breath. Let's walk through these 5 books together. I promise it's not as scary as it looks. Genesis, where everything starts. Genesis just means beginning. The origin story. In the opening chapters, God speaks the universe into existence. Light, land, animals, and then, in a moment that still gets me, he forms humans from dust and breathes his own life into them. Male and female, made in his image. Walking with God like you'd walk with your best friend. No shame, no hiding, no fear. This is Act 1. How things were supposed to be. Then it all falls apart. A serpent whispers that God's holding out on them, that there's more to grab. The humans reach for it, and the whole world cracks. Shame shows up. Hiding starts. Death enters the story. The man blames the woman blames the snake. Everyone's pointing fingers except at themselves. Sound familiar? But right there, in the wreckage, God drops the first hint of rescue. He tells the serpent that someday a descendant of the woman will crush its head. The red thread begins. The rest of Genesis follows God's patient chase. He picks a guy named Abraham, a wandering nobody from a pagan family, and makes him an outrageous promise. I will make you into a great nation. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you. Genesis 12, 2-3. New IV. Abraham has Isaac. Isaac has Jacob. Jacob has 12 sons who become the 12 tribes of Israel. One of those sons, Joseph, gets sold into slavery by his jealous brothers, ends up in Egypt, and through a wild series of events becomes second in command to Pharaoh. Genesis ends with the whole family living in Egypt, safe, for now. 400 years of silence follow. Exodus, the Great Escape. Exodus literally means the way out. That's the whole point of this book. By the time this book opens, Abraham's descendants aren't guests in Egypt anymore. They're slaves. A new Pharaoh has risen who doesn't remember Joseph. He's terrified of how numerous the Israelites have become. So he works them to death. Bricks and beatings. Baby boys thrown into the Nile. The people cry out. And God hears. He shows up to a guy named Moses, a Hebrew raised in Pharaoh's palace who fled after killing an Egyptian and has been hiding in the desert for 40 years. God appears in a bush that's on fire but doesn't burn up. Already weird, right? And he gives Moses the most intimidating assignment in history. Go tell Pharaoh to let my people go. Moses objects. A lot. Who am I? What if they don't believe me? I'm not a good speaker. God answers every excuse. Finally, Moses goes. What follows is one of the most dramatic sequences in all of literature. Plague after plague, water to blood, frogs everywhere, gnats, flies, livestock dropping dead, boils, hail, locusts, darkness so thick you can feel it. Pharaoh keeps saying no. Then the 10th plague, the death of every firstborn son in Egypt. But God provides a way out for his people. Each Hebrew family sacrifices a lamb and smears its blood on the doorframe. When the angel of death sees the blood, it passes over that house. Hold that image in your mind. Blood on the doorframe, death passing over. It's going to show up again. Pharaoh finally breaks. The Israelites leave. They walk through the Red Sea on dry ground while the Egyptian army drowns behind. Here's what I missed for years. God rescued them before he gave them any rules. The Israelites didn't earn their freedom. They didn't prove themselves worthy first. They cried out in their slavery, and God saved them. Period. Full stop. Only after they're free, only after they've crossed the sea, does God give them the 10 Commandments. The law comes after the rescue. Grace first, then response. This pattern repeats through the entire Bible. God doesn't wait for you to get your act together. He rescues first. Your response comes from gratitude. If you remember nothing else from this chapter, remember that. God moves into the neighborhood. Okay, here's where it gets wild. After the 10 Commandments, God gives Moses detailed instructions for building something called the tabernacle, a portable tent, a place where God's presence would literally dwell in the middle of the Israelite camp. Think about that. The God who created galaxies says, I want to live in your neighborhood. The last chapters of Exodus describe the tabernacle's construction, every detail specified. And when it's finally done, something incredible happens. Exodus 40:34-35 puts it this way. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. God moved in, and this is where the next 3 books suddenly make sense. The house rules, why Leviticus exists. Here's the thing nobody told me about Leviticus. Imagine you're hosting the most important guest in the universe. Not a celebrity, not a president, the actual creator of everything that exists. The one whose presence is so powerful, so pure, so other, that getting too close without preparation would be like grabbing a live power line. That's who just moved into the center of the camp. The rules in Leviticus aren't there to make people miserable. They're there to make it possible for a holy God to live with unholy people without destroying them. Think of it like house rules. When my father-in-law visited for a month, we changed things. We were quieter in the mornings, we cleaned more, we stopped leaving dishes in the sink overnight. Not because he demanded it, he didn't, but because we respected him and wanted him to feel welcome. Now multiply that by infinity. The God of the universe has moved into a tent in the middle of your camp. You're going to need some guidelines. The sacrificial system? It provided a way to deal with the inevitable problem of human failure. When someone messed up, when they broke the relationship, they couldn't just pretend it didn't happen. But they also weren't left without a way back. An animal died in their place. Blood was shed. The relationship was restored. Sound familiar? Every sacrifice pointed forward. Every lamb on every altar was a preview of the day when a final sacrifice would be offered, once for all. The red thread runs through every altar. A quick tour of the tabernacle. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the tabernacle blueprint diagram now. I'll wait. Got it? Good. Here's what you're looking at. A rectangular courtyard with a tent in the center. The 12 tribes camped around it in a specific arrangement. And at the very center, the most holy place, where God's presence dwelled. The layout tells a story. To approach God, you passed through layers. The outer courtyard held the altar where sacrifices were made, blood for sin. Further in, a basin where priests washed before entering the tent. Then the tent itself. The first room, called the holy place, held the lampstand, a table with bread, and an incense altar. Only priests could enter. Daily. Serving. Behind a thick curtain, the most holy place. Pitch dark except for the glow of God's presence above the Ark of the Covenant. Only one person could enter, the high priest. Only one day a year, the Day of Atonement, which just means the day of covering, when sins got covered over. Even then, tradition says he wore bells on his robe so people could hear if he was still moving around in there. The message was clear. God is holy. Approach carefully. Something has to stand between broken humans and a perfect God. But here's the beautiful part. God designed this whole system because he wanted to be close. The barriers weren't meant to keep people out forever. They were meant to make a way in. Fast forward to Jesus. When he died on the cross, the Gospel of Matthew tells us something extraordinary happened. Chapter 27, verse 51. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. That curtain, the one separating people from God's presence, ripped open. Not from the bottom up like a human would tear it, from top to bottom, from heaven down. Access granted. The tabernacle was always pointing to that moment. Numbers and Deuteronomy, the long way home. 2 more books. Hang with me. Numbers is called that because it opens with a census, a counting of all the people. But a better title would be Wanderings. This book tells the story of Israel's 40 years in the wilderness. 40 years. They should have reached the promised land in weeks. Instead, decades of circling the desert. Why? Because they kept forgetting. Forgetting the rescue. Forgetting the God who parted the sea. Complaining about manna. Free bread that showed up miraculously every morning, and they complained about it. Demanding to go back to Egypt. Making a golden calf to worship while Moses was literally up on the mountain getting the 10 Commandments. The wilderness years are a painfully honest portrait of the human heart. And here's the uncomfortable part. We're all like this. Rescued today, complaining tomorrow. Grateful in the morning, grumbling by noon. The Israelites aren't the villains. They're a mirror. Deuteronomy means second law. It's Moses' farewell speech, given on the edge of the promised land. Moses himself won't be crossing over. Long story involving hitting a rock when he was supposed to speak to it. God takes instructions seriously. So Moses stands before the new generation, the children of those who left Egypt, and reminds them of everything: the rescue, the rules, the faithfulness of God despite their failures. Deuteronomy 6, 4-5 contains what Jewish tradition calls the Shema, the most important statement of faith. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. New IV. Centuries later, when someone asked Jesus to name the greatest commandment, he quoted this verse. The red thread holds. The 5 books at a glance. Genesis, the beginning. Creation, the fall, and God's promise to Abraham. The red thread starts here. Exodus, the great escape, slavery to freedom, the Passover, the Ten Commandments. God moves into the tent. Leviticus, house rules. How to live with a holy God in your midst without getting incinerated. Numbers, the long detour. 40 years of forgetting and being reminded. A mirror of our own hearts. Deuteronomy, Moses' goodbye speech. Remember everything. Don't mess this up. So, do I need to sacrifice a goat? I get asked this more than you'd think. Short answer, no. Your neighbors will thank you. Longer answer. The book of Hebrews in the New Testament makes it clear that Jesus was the final sacrifice. Unlike the other high priests, he does not need to offer sacrifices day after day, first for his own sins and then for the sins of the people. He sacrificed for their sins once for all when he offered himself. Hebrews 7:27, NIV. The dietary restrictions? Jesus declared all foods clean, Mark 7. The festival calendar? The specific garments? The fabric mixing rules? These were Israel's unique identity markers, their way of being set apart in the ancient world. They pointed to something. Now that the something has arrived, the pointers aren't the point anymore. But you do need to understand why they existed, because every shadow pointed to something real. The sacrificial lamb pointed to Jesus, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. John 1:29, NIV. The high priest entering God's presence once a year pointed to Jesus, who entered heaven itself on our behalf. Hebrews 9:11-12. The Passover lamb whose blood protected families from death pointed to Jesus, whose blood protects us from eternal death. The whole system was a preview, coming attractions. When you read the Pentateuch, you're not reading outdated regulations. You're reading the setup, the foundation, the promises that everything else fulfills. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the covenants chart. A covenant is just a binding agreement, a serious promise between two parties. Think of it like a contract, but more personal, more relational. God makes several of these in the Pentateuch. The original deal in the garden and what happens when it breaks. Noah, the promise to never flood the earth again. The rainbow. Abraham, land, offspring, and blessing to all nations. Moses, the law at Sinai, how to live as God's rescued people. As you fill it in, notice how each covenant builds on the last. God's rescue plan isn't random, it's patient, methodical. Each promise adds detail to the picture. No workbook? Grab any paper. 4 boxes, 4 names. Write what God promised under each one. You're building your map. One last thing. I want to tell you about the moment these books finally clicked for me. I was slogging through Leviticus again. Some chapter about skin disease inspections, eyes glazing, about to quit. Then I noticed something. The chapter described how a priest should examine someone with a suspected skin condition. If declared unclean, they had to live outside the camp, isolated, cut off from community, cut off from God's presence. Brutal. But the chapter didn't end there. It described in careful detail what happens when the person is healed, how to be examined again, how to be declared clean, the rituals involved, the sacrifices, the moment when the priest pronounces them restored. And it hit me. This whole section is about getting people back in. The rules about uncleanness weren't designed to exclude people forever. They were designed to create a way back, a process of restoration, a path from outside to inside. That's the heart of these 5 books. Yes, there are rules. Yes, there are boundaries. Yes, there are consequences. But underneath it all, a God who wants his people close, who designs elaborate systems not to keep you out, but to make it possible for you to come in. The Pentateuch isn't a wall, it's a door. Ready to see what happens next? Turn the page. Next up, the history books. Israel finally gets to the promised land. They get kings, lots of kings, Some good, most not. It's going to get messy, but the red thread, it holds.
Chapter 5. The History Books. I am a Cleveland Browns fan. I need you to sit with that for a second. Every August, something happens to me that I cannot explain. Hope. Real, genuine, stupid hope. This is the year. New coach, new quarterback, new system. I text my buddies predictions I will deeply regret. I stock up on snacks. I believe. By October, I'm staring at the television, watching the same heartbreaking mistakes unfold. Again. A fumble at the worst possible moment, a fourth quarter collapse, a coaching decision that makes me yell at furniture. By December, I'm swearing off football forever. By the following August, full reset. Hope reborn. Ready to have my heart broken again. My wife watches this cycle every year. She doesn't get it. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? Honestly, I don't have a good answer. Reading the Bible has actually helped me understand my sports grief. Because the ancient nation of Israel ran the exact same cycle. Hope, disappointment, inexplicable return to hope. Repeat for 1,000 years. The history books read like the world's longest documentary about a team that just cannot get it together. And somehow, that's exactly what you and I need to see. Picking up where we left off. Remember where we ended last chapter? The Israelites were standing on the edge of the Promised Land. Moses had just given his farewell speech, that long goodbye we call Deuteronomy. He'd led them out of slavery, through the sea, around the desert for 40 years. He wouldn't be the one to take them in. Moses died. The baton passed to a new guy named Joshua. And now comes the part where they actually have to live in the land God promised them.
Spoiler, it doesn't go great. The section of the Bible we're entering now, sometimes called the history books, covers roughly 1,000 years. Conquests, judges, kings, exile, that's the Bible's word for getting kicked out of your homeland, return, messy, violent, heartbreaking, occasionally beautiful. Here's what I want you to watch for as you read these books. A pattern, a cycle, one that spins so many times it becomes almost predictable. The people forget God. They suffer. They cry out. God rescues them. They celebrate. Then they forget again. Sound familiar? Yeah, me too. Joshua, when everything clicked. The book of Joshua, named after the guy, not the tree, opens with a clear mission. God tells Joshua, "Moses, my servant, is dead. Now then, you and all these people, get ready to cross the Jordan River into the land I am about to give to them." Joshua 1:2 NIV. No pressure, Josh. Here's the surprising part. It actually works. The Jordan River parts. Yes, another water-splitting miracle. God seems to like those. The walls of Jericho collapse after the army marches around them for 7 days blowing trumpets. City after city falls. The land gets divided among the 12 tribes. Near the end of Joshua, there's this beautiful summary. Not one of all the Lord's good promises to Israel failed. Every one was fulfilled. Joshua 21:45 NIV. This is the highlight reel, the championship season. That rare stretch where your team looks unstoppable and you're texting everyone, "I told you so." Before Joshua dies, he gathers the whole nation and gives them a choice. His famous line, "But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." Joshua 24:15 NIV. The people cheer, "We will serve the Lord too." Joshua dies. And within one generation, everything falls apart. Judges, the carousel of chaos. The book of Judges might be the most uncomfortable book in the entire Bible. Raw, violent, morally confusing. I used to skip it because it made me squirm. Then I realized, The discomfort is doing something. It's showing us exactly what happens when everyone just does whatever feels right to them. That exact phrase, "everyone did what was right in their own eyes," appears at the very end of Judges. Basically, the tagline for the whole era. There's no central leadership, no king, just a bunch of tribes doing their own thing. And their own thing usually means drifting toward the gods of the surrounding cultures. Idols that promised good harvests and easy lives without requiring anything inconvenient, like faithfulness or integrity. So here's the cycle. I want you to really get this because it's going to repeat for centuries. 1. The people rebel. They forget God, chase other gods, do whatever feels good in the moment. 2. God allows consequences. Usually, enemy nations start oppressing them. Life gets painful. 3. The people cry out. Eventually, the pain gets bad enough that they remember God and beg for help. 4. God raises up a rescuer. These rescuers are called judges, but don't picture a courtroom. Think warrior leaders. 5. Peace. For a while, the judge leads them to victory. Things calm down. Everyone exhales. 6. The judge dies. The people forget. Back to step 1. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Cycle of Judges chart now. It's a circular diagram showing exactly this pattern. As you read through Judges on your own, you'll watch it spin. Again, and again, and again. The judges themselves are a wild bunch. Deborah, the only female judge, led Israel to military victory and wrote a song about it. Gideon defeated a massive army with just 300 guys and some torches. Samson, the impossibly strong man with terrible taste in women, killed more enemies in his death than in his entire life. None of them are perfect. Some are barely heroic. God works through them anyway. Here's what I need you to see. The judges are temporary fixes. They rescue the people from the immediate crisis. They can't fix the deeper problem. The deeper problem lives in the human heart, and fixing that is going to require a completely different kind of rescuer. We want a king like everyone else. By the end of Judges, things are really bad. The final chapters describe civil war, violence against women, and a moral collapse so complete it's genuinely hard to read. The people are desperate for stability, someone to hold everything together. So in the next book, called 1 Samuel, named after a prophet, which is just a fancy word for messenger from God, they make a demand. Give us a king. Samuel warns them. A king will draft your sons into his army, take your daughters for his palace staff, tax your crops and livestock. Basically, kings are expensive. The people insist anyway. We want a king over us. Then we will be like all the other nations. 1 Samuel 8:19-20, New IV. Catch that? Like all the other nations. They were supposed to be different, set apart, a light to the world. Different is uncomfortable, though. Different means standing out. They wanted to fit in, so God gives them what they ask for. The first king is a guy named Saul. Tall, handsome, looked great on a campaign poster. And an absolute disaster on the inside. He starts okay, then unravels fast. Jealousy, paranoia, disobedience. By the end of his story, he's consulting a witch and falling on his own sword in battle. Saul proves what the whole story has been whispering. Looking the part will never be enough. We need a king whose heart is actually right. David, the best they ever had, who still blew it. Enter David. You've probably heard of this guy, the shepherd boy who killed a giant with a slingshot, the musician who wrote songs still sung 3,000 years later. The Bible actually calls him a man after God's own heart. 1 Samuel 13:14. New IV. If anyone could break the cycle, surely it's David, right? The story follows his rise from shepherd to fugitive. Saul tried to kill him for years, to king. He unifies the tribes, establishes Jerusalem as the capital, brings the Ark of the Covenant, that gold-covered box representing God's presence that we talked about last chapter, into the city with dancing and celebration. Then God makes David an incredible promise. In 2 Samuel chapter 7, God says David's throne will be established forever. One of his descendants will reign eternally. The red thread tightens. A forever king from David's family line. File that away. It's going to matter a lot. Here's where the story guts you. Even David, the man after God's heart, falls hard. 2 Samuel chapter 11. David sees a woman bathing on a rooftop. Her name is Bathsheba. She's married to one of David's own soldiers. David sends for her anyway. She gets pregnant, and instead of coming clean, David arranges for her husband to be killed in battle to cover the whole thing up. Adultery, murder, cover-up. The best king Israel ever had was also capable of this. I used to find that incredibly discouraging. If David couldn't get it right, what hope is there for any of us? Then it clicked. That's exactly the point. The Bible gives us a record of failures, pointing us to someone greater. Every broken king makes us hungrier for the one who won't break. David does repent. Psalm 51 is his raw, gut-wrenching confession, the most honest prayer you'll ever read. God forgives him. The consequences don't disappear, though. His family fractures, his son rebels. The kingdom that looked so promising starts to crack. Even David wasn't the answer. We need someone better. What happens after David? After David dies, his son Solomon takes over. Solomon starts brilliantly. He asks God for wisdom instead of wealth, and gets both. He builds the temple in Jerusalem, a permanent version of the tabernacle where God's presence would dwell. Even Solomon drifts. The book of 1 Kings tells us he loved many foreign women who turned his heart after other gods. 1 Kings 11:1-4 NIV. The wisest man who ever lived made some spectacularly foolish choices. When Solomon dies, the kingdom rips in half. Civil war. The north keeps the name Israel, 10 tribes. The south becomes Judah, 2 tribes, including David's descendants. What follows is a parade of kings. The books called 1 Kings and 2 Kings track both kingdoms at the same time. It's like watching 2 teams compete to see who can disappoint you worse. The northern kingdom? 20 rulers, 0 faithful ones. Eventually, they're conquered by Assyria, a brutal empire, around 722 BC, and scattered. Those 10 tribes basically disappear from history. The southern kingdom has a few bright spots. Kings like Hezekiah and Josiah genuinely try to lead the people back to God. They're exceptions, though. The overall direction is still downward. In 586 BC, Babylon conquers Jerusalem. The temple, that beautiful place Solomon built, gets destroyed. The people are dragged away from their homeland into exile, forced to live as captives in a foreign empire. The cycle completes one more time. Rebellion, pain, crying out. This time, the consequences feel permanent. The King's Report Card. Started strong, ended in disaster. David, a man after God's heart, also a murderer. Complicated. Solomon, wisest man alive. Heart still wandered. Northern Kingdom, Israel, 20 kings, 0 good ones. Southern Kingdom, Judah, 20 kings, maybe 8 decent ones. The pattern screams at us. Human kings fail. We need someone different. The question underneath all of this. Here's what the history books are really asking. Is there anyone who can actually lead us home? Joshua got them into the land, couldn't keep them faithful. The judges rescued them from crises, couldn't change their hearts. The kings, even the best ones, stumbled and fell. 1,000 years of evidence, all pointing to the same truth. We cannot save ourselves. We try, we fail. We try again, we fail again. The cycle never breaks on its own. Remember the red thread, though. God promised David an eternal king, a descendant who would reign forever. Every failed king after that doesn't erase the promise. it intensifies it. Centuries later, an angel will appear to a young woman named Mary and tell her she's going to have a son. Here's how the angel describes this child. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over Jacob's descendants forever. His kingdom will never end. Luke 1:32-33, NIV. The king the history books are waiting for? He's coming. Not yet, though. Not in these pages. In these pages, we sit in the tension, the longing, the repeated heartbreaks that make the eventual arrival so meaningful. Why this actually matters for you. Okay, I can almost hear you thinking it. Ancient kings, got it. Interesting history lesson. What does this have to do with my life? Fair. Here's my honest answer. The history books are a mirror, and not a flattering one. I see myself in this cycle. I bet you do too. The enthusiasm that fades, the commitments I make on Sunday that I've already broken by Wednesday, the way I drift toward whatever feels good in the moment, then wonder why I feel empty. The Israelites aren't the villains of this story. They're us. They're every person who has ever white-knuckled their way toward being better and still come up short. And that's actually good news, because if the point of the Bible were try harder, we'd all be sunk. The history books prove that trying harder doesn't work. 1,000 years of evidence. We can't break the cycle ourselves. God never expected us to. This whole messy story, the failures, the exiles, the broken promises, is setting up the moment when someone finally breaks the cycle for us. With his effort, not ours. That's the king we're waiting for. That's the red thread pulling tight. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, find the Cycle of Judges diagram. Simple circle, divided into sections: rebellion, oppression, crying out, deliverance, peace, and back to rebellion. As you read through Judges or Kings on your own this week, mark where you spot the cycle spinning. You'll be surprised how often you see it. Then try something harder. Be honest about where you see the cycle in your own life. Where do you keep drifting? What patterns keep repeating? What kings, things, people, accomplishments do you keep expecting to save you that always let you down? Don't shame yourself. Seriously. The Israelites had the same problem, and God kept showing up for them anyway. He'll keep showing up for you, too. You don't need to try harder. You need to look for the king who won't fail. Still waiting for the real thing. The Browns still haven't won a championship in my lifetime. Every August, I still feel that stupid hope rising in my chest. Here's what's different now. I know, really know, that no team, no quarterback, no coach is going to fill the deepest places in me. Sports are fun. Championships would be exciting. They can't save me. Neither could any of Israel's kings. That's actually a setup, not a tragedy, because someone better is coming. Turn the page. Next up, the wisdom books. We're going to learn how to feel and how to think. Psalms is the playlist of the human heart. Proverbs is the grandfather on the porch. And Job? Job asks the question nobody wants to ask out loud. Let's go. Chapter 6. The Wisdom Books. I have two very different notebooks. The first one sits on my desk. Organized, neat bullet points, meeting notes, project deadlines. A list of goals I update every quarter. Looking at it makes me feel like I have my life together. The second one, shoved in my nightstand drawer. That notebook is chaos. Pages filled at 2 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. Run-on sentences about fears I've never said out loud. Angry paragraphs I wrote after fights with my wife. Embarrassing prayers where I basically told God I was ticked at him and didn't understand what he was doing. I've never shown anyone that notebook, ever. Here's the thing. Both notebooks tell the truth. The desk notebook tells the truth about what I do. The nightstand notebook tells the truth about who I am. One is facts. The other is feelings. For years, I thought the Bible was only interested in the first kind. Facts, doctrine, rules. Information I was supposed to memorize and obey. Then I discovered the wisdom books, and I realized God wanted access to the nightstand drawer too. After the roller coaster. Remember where we just came from? The history books were a 1,000-year documentary about hearts that kept drifting. Kings who started strong and finished in disaster. A nation that couldn't stay faithful no matter how hard they tried. The cycle spinning over and over. Rebellion, pain, crying out, rescue, peace. And then right back to rebellion. All those chapters pointed to one uncomfortable truth. The problem isn't out there, it's in here, in the human heart, in my heart, in yours. Now we step onto a completely different shelf in our library. The wisdom books aren't primarily about events or instructions. They're about experience, the mess of being human, the joy and the grief and the confusion and the wonder of trying to make sense of life under a God who sometimes feels close and sometimes feels 1,000,000 miles away. There are 5 books usually grouped here: Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and Song of Solomon. We're going to focus on the big 3, Psalms, Proverbs, and the 1-2 punch of Job and Ecclesiastes. But first, I need to tell you about the night I finally gave myself permission to be angry at God. The night I yelled at the ceiling. My friend died in a car accident when I was 23. He was driving home from work. A truck ran a red light. That was it. No dramatic last words, no chance to say goodbye. 1 minute he existed, the next he didn't. I sat in my apartment that night, alone, and I didn't know what to do with myself. I tried to pray. Couldn't. The words felt fake. Thank you for this day seemed obscene. Your will be done felt like a betrayal. What I actually felt? Rage. White-hot, choking rage. At the truck driver, at the stoplight, at God for not stopping it. But I'd been taught, somewhere along the way, that good Christians don't get mad at God. That doubt was dangerous. That honest grief was somehow a lack of faith. So I stuffed it, smiled at the funeral, said the right things, died a little inside. It took me years to find the book of Psalms. Really find it. Not the greatest hits everyone quotes at weddings, the other Psalms. The ones that sound like they were written by someone who had lost all hope. Psalm 88 ends like this. Darkness is my closest friend. Niving it. That's it. No resolution, no happy ending, just darkness. I stared at that verse and thought, wait, this is in the Bible? It was the first time I realized God could handle my nightstand drawer. Psalms, the playlist of the heart. Here's what I wish someone had told me sooner. The Book of Psalms is a playlist, 150 songs and prayers covering every emotion a human being can feel. Joy so big it bursts into dancing. Grief so heavy you can barely breathe. Gratitude, loneliness, confusion, fear, even revenge fantasies. Psalm 137 gets pretty dark. We'll get there. These weren't written to give you information. They were written to give you language, to teach you that every feeling you've ever had, God's people have felt it too, and brought it to Him, uncensored. The Psalms give you permission to be honest. Think about it. The God who inspired these songs made sure to include prayers like, my God, why have you forsaken me? Psalm 22:1, New IV. How long, Lord? Will you forget me forever? Psalm 13:1, NIV. I am worn out from my groaning. All night long I flood my bed with weeping. Psalm 6:6, NIV. These are expressions of faith, not failures of it. The people who wrote these psalms, we call them psalmists, which just means psalm writers, brought their mess to God instead of hiding it. That's trust. Most psalms follow a rough pattern. They start with complaint or confession, work through the mess, and end by turning back toward God. Not because the circumstances changed, because the act of praying itself reorients the heart. But some psalms, like Psalm 88, don't resolve. They just sit in the darkness. And that's okay. Sometimes faith means showing up even when you have no happy ending to report. Here's how I think about it now. Psalms is a book you use, not a book you just read. Having a terrible day? Psalm 13. Feeling grateful? Psalm 100. Can't sleep because of anxiety? Psalm 4. Need to remember God is bigger than your problems? Psalm 46. This is the soundtrack of your spiritual life. Cue it up when you need it. Proverbs, the grandfather on the porch. Now, completely different vibe. If Psalms is the nightstand notebook, Proverbs is the desk notebook. Organized, practical, full of observations about how life generally works. Picture a wise grandfather sitting on a porch, watching the world go by. He's seen a lot, made his share of mistakes. Now he's passing down hard-earned wisdom, one sentence at a time. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Proverbs 1:7, NIV. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. Proverbs 3:5, NIV. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1, 9v. Short, punchy, memorable. The kind of thing you'd write on a sticky note and put on your bathroom mirror. But here's what nobody told me, and it tripped me up for years. Proverbs are general truths, not guaranteed promises. Read that again. Seriously. Proverbs 22:6 says, "Start children off on the way they should go, and even when they are old, they will not turn from it." That's generally true. Good parenting usually produces good results, but it's not a divine guarantee that if you do everything right, your kid will never make bad choices. Proverbs doesn't work that way. Think of it like this. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Generally good advice. Apples are healthy. But if you eat an apple every day and still get cancer, the saying wasn't a lie. It was wisdom, not a magic spell. Proverbs tells you how life usually works. Hard work usually leads to success. Laziness usually leads to poverty. Wise words usually build relationships. Foolish words usually destroy them. Usually. But what about when they don't? Job and Ecclesiastes. When life doesn't follow the script. This is where the wisdom books get honest in a different way. Job is the story of a man who did everything right and lost everything anyway. His kids died, his wealth vanished, his health collapsed. He sat in ashes, scraping his skin with broken pottery, while his friends showed up to explain why this must somehow be his fault. Their logic? Simple. God blesses good people. God punishes bad people. You're suffering. You must have done something wrong. Sound familiar? That's basically a Proverbs-level understanding of the world. Cause and effect, input and output. Be good, get good. Job pushes back. Hard. He knows he didn't do anything to deserve this. He demands an audience with God. He wants answers. And here's what's wild. God shows up, but he doesn't explain. He doesn't give Job a flow chart of why bad things happen to good people. Instead, he takes Job on a tour of the universe, asks him questions like, "Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation?" Job 38:4, 9v. God isn't telling Job to shut up and deal with it. He's saying, "I am bigger than your formulas. Trust me, even when you can't trace me." Job never gets his why, but he gets something better. He gets God himself. Ecclesiastes takes a different angle on the same problem. The author calls himself the teacher and spends most of the book sounding like someone in the middle of a midlife crisis. Meaningless, meaningless, everything is meaningless. Ecclesiastes 1:2 new v. He's tried everything. Pleasure, achievement, wealth, wisdom. And he's concluded that if this life is all there is, none of it matters. The wise man and the fool both end up dead. The rich man's money goes to someone else. Everything fades. Heavy stuff, I know. Ecclesiastes has a point, though. If you're looking for ultimate meaning in anything under the sun, you'll come up empty. The only thing that lasts? God himself. The book ends with this: "Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the duty of all mankind." Ecclesiastes 12:13, NIV. Not because following rules earned you something, because God is the only anchor that doesn't drift. The red thread in the wisdom books. So where's the rescue mission in all this? Where's Jesus woven through everything? Once you know to look. The Psalms are full of cries for a Savior. Psalm 22 opens with, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Those are the exact words Jesus spoke from the cross. David wrote them 1,000 years earlier. The red thread runs right through the lament. Job longed for a mediator, someone to stand between him and God. That longing finds its answer in Jesus. The New Testament book of 1 Timothy puts it plainly. For there is one God and one mediator between God and mankind, the man Christ Jesus. 1 Timothy 2:5, New INV. Ecclesiastes ache for something lasting? Satisfied in the one who said, I am the resurrection and the life. John 11:25, New Vive. The wisdom books don't just teach you how to live. They show you why you need a savior to live at all. The wisdom books at a glance. Psalms, the playlist of the human heart. 150 songs covering every emotion. Permission to be honest with God. Proverbs, the grandfather's wisdom. General truths about how life usually works. Not guarantees. Guidelines. Job, when life doesn't follow the script. Suffering without explanation. Meeting God in the mystery. Ecclesiastes, the midlife crisis book. Everything fades except God. Life under the sun can't satisfy. Song of Solomon, a love poem. Celebrating intimacy as God's good design. We didn't cover it here, but it's beautiful. Go read it. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Write Your Own Psalm template. Here's what I want you to try. Be honest, like nightstand notebook honest. Start by telling God exactly how you're feeling right now. Don't clean it up. Don't make it sound spiritual. If you're angry, say so. If you're grateful, say so. If you're confused, say so. Then, somewhere in the middle, turn. Remember something true about God. His faithfulness, His power, His presence. Even if you don't feel it right now. End by declaring that truth, even if your emotions haven't caught up yet. That's the pattern of most Psalms. Complaint, turn, declaration. You might be surprised how healing it is to write your own. No workbook? Grab any piece of paper or the Notes app on your phone. Just start with, God, here's what I'm actually feeling, and see where it goes. The drawer stays open. I still have that nightstand notebook. I don't write in it as often anymore. But sometimes when life gets heavy, I pull it out, scribble something raw, close it, breathe. Here's what I've learned. God isn't afraid of your mess. He's not embarrassed by your doubts. He's not shocked by your anger. He invented the Psalms. He knows what's in the drawer, and He wants access anyway. That's the kind of God who can actually help. Ready to meet the messengers He sent when His people forgot? Turn the page. Next up, the prophets. They weren't fortune tellers. They were more like lawyers showing up with a contract you signed and forgot about. Sometimes they warned, sometimes they wept. Always, they pointed to someone coming. Let's go. Chapter 7, The Prophets. I have a friend named Marcus who has absolutely no filter. None. Zero. The man says exactly what he's thinking, exactly when he's thinking it, regardless of whether you ask. I once showed up to his house wearing a shirt I thought was pretty stylish. Some kind of pattern thing I'd found on clearance. I was feeling good about it. Marcus opened the door, looked me up and down, and said, You look like a couch from 1987. No greeting, no small talk, just the truth, delivered with the subtlety of a fire alarm. Here's the thing about Marcus, though. He's also the guy who pulled me aside at my own birthday party 6 years ago and said, "Hey, I think you're drinking too much, and I think you know it." I didn't want to hear it, got defensive, made excuses, told him he was being dramatic, avoided him for a few weeks after that. I was embarrassed, angry, mostly angry because somewhere deep down, I knew he was right. That conversation was the beginning of me getting honest about something I've been hiding from everyone, including myself. Marcus didn't say it to hurt me. He said it because he loved me and could see where I was headed. Some people in your life tell you what you want to hear. The rare ones tell you what you need to hear. The prophets were that friend, and Israel really, really didn't want to listen. The section everyone skips. I'm going to be honest with you. For years, I treated the prophetic books like the terms and conditions on a software update. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Click I agree, move on. Isaiah, too long. Jeremiah, too depressing. Ezekiel, too weird. Something about wheels within wheels and bones coming back to life. I didn't know what to do with any of it. So I skipped them, jumped straight from the history books to the Gospels, and hoped nobody would notice. Here's what I missed. The prophets are where the red thread glows brightest in the Old Testament. All those promises we've been tracking, the hints about a coming king, a rescuer who would fix what we couldn't fix ourselves. The prophets take those hints and turn up the volume. But first, they had to deliver some very bad news. Not fortune tellers, covenant lawyers. Here's the biggest misconception about the prophets. Most people think they were fortune tellers, mystical figures peering into crystal balls, predicting lottery numbers and celebrity deaths. That's not what they were, not even close. The prophets were more like lawyers, covenant lawyers. Remember the covenant from chapter 4? That binding agreement God made with Israel at Mount Sinai? I will be your God, you will be my people. Here are the terms. The people agreed. They said yes. They signed on the dotted line. Then they broke the contract, over and over, for centuries. The prophets showed up to file the lawsuit. Picture it like this. You sign a mortgage. You agree to make payments. You promise to maintain the property. Years go by. You stop paying. You let the house fall apart. One day, a lawyer shows up at your door with the original contract in hand, pointing at the fine print you forgot about. You agreed to this. You're in breach. There are consequences. That's what the prophets did. They didn't invent new rules. They enforced the old ones. They held up the original agreement, pointed at the specific violations, and warned that the penalties were coming. The prophets weren't predicting random future events. They were prosecuting a broken covenant. The pattern that kept repeating. If you read chapter 5, you already know the cycle. Israel forgets God, chases other gods, does whatever feels right in the moment. Things fall apart. They cry out. God rescues them. They celebrate. Then they forget again. The history books showed us that cycle spinning for 1,000 years. The prophets lived inside that cycle. They were the voices God sent during the forgetting phase, trying to wake people up before the consequences hit. Most of the time, nobody listened. Jeremiah preached for 40 years. 40 years of warning. 40 years of pleading. You know how many people responded? Basically, none. They threw him in a pit, dropped him in a muddy cistern, told him to shut up. He kept preaching anyway. Isaiah walked around naked for 3 years as a sign of coming judgment. I am not making this up. Isaiah chapter 20. Look it up. Hosea married a woman who kept leaving him for other men, specifically because God wanted to illustrate how Israel kept abandoning him for other gods. These weren't comfortable jobs. The prophets didn't have megachurches and book deals. They had death threats and lonely nights. They spoke the truth anyway, because the truth was the most loving thing they could offer. The warning: exile is coming. So what were they warning about? One word: exile. Remember from chapter 5 how the kingdom split after Solomon? The north, Israel, and the south, Judah, went their separate ways. Both kingdoms drifted. Both broke the covenant. The prophets showed up to both with the same message. If you don't turn back, you're going to lose everything. The land God promised Abraham? Gone. The temple where God's presence dwelled? Destroyed. The identity as God's special people? Scattered among foreign nations. This wasn't God being petty. This was the consequence written into the original contract. The book of Deuteronomy, the 5th book of the Bible, where Moses gave his farewell speech, spells it out in painful detail. Blessings for obedience, curses for rebellion. The people knew the terms when they agreed. The northern kingdom fell first. Assyria conquered them around 722 BC. Those 10 tribes were scattered and basically disappeared from history. The southern kingdom held on longer, but the prophets kept warning, Jeremiah especially. He wept over Jerusalem. He begged them to surrender to Babylon rather than be destroyed. They didn't listen. In 586 BC, Babylon finished the job. Jerusalem fell. The temple burned. The survivors were dragged away in chains to live as exiles in a foreign land. Everything the prophets warned about came true. But here's what I almost missed. For years, I thought the prophets were just doom and gloom, angry preachers screaming about judgment, the religious equivalent of that guy on the street corner with the end is near sign. Then I actually read them, like really read them. Buried in every warning is a promise, a glimmer of hope that refuses to die. The same prophets who announced exile also announced return. The same voices that declared judgment also described restoration, sometimes in the very same chapter. God wasn't done with his people. The exile wasn't the end of the story. It was a painful chapter in a longer narrative that was still heading somewhere beautiful. And the promise gets more specific as you read. Someone is coming. The suffering servant. This is where the red thread glows so bright it's almost blinding. The prophet Isaiah, writing about 700 years before Jesus was born, describes a figure so clearly that you'd swear he was writing after the fact. He calls this figure the servant of the Lord. And in Isaiah chapter 53, he paints a portrait that will make the hair on your arms stand up. Listen to this. He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Isaiah 53:3, New IV. Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him and afflicted. Isaiah 53:4, NIV. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. Isaiah 53:5, NIV. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. He was led like a lamb to the slaughter. Isaiah 53:7, NIV. 700 years before the cross. And Isaiah describes it like he was standing there. The early Christians read this passage and their jaws hit the floor. No coincidence, no lucky guess. This was God planting a signpost centuries in advance, pointing to exactly who Jesus would be and what he would do. The prophets were doing more than warning about judgment. They were preparing the world for rescue. More signposts than you'd expect. Isaiah 53 is the clearest, but it's not the only one, not by a long shot. The prophet Micah, writing around the same time, predicted that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem. Messiah is the Hebrew word for anointed one, the promised king everyone was waiting for. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times. Micah 5:2, NIV. Bethlehem, a tiny village nobody would have guessed. And that's exactly where Jesus was born. The prophet Zechariah described a king who would ride into Jerusalem on a donkey. "See, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, lowly and riding on a donkey." Zechariah 9:9, NIV. Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey the week before he died. The crowds waved palm branches and shouted. They didn't realize they were watching prophecy unfold in real time. The prophet Malachi, the last voice before 400 years of silence, promised that a messenger would prepare the way. "I will send my messenger who will prepare the way before me." Malachi 3:1, 9v. That messenger was John the Baptist, standing in the wilderness, announcing that the one everyone had been waiting for was finally here. The prophets weren't random fortune tellers making vague predictions. They were painting a portrait, piece by piece, across centuries. And when Jesus finally arrived, the portrait matched perfectly. What a prophet! A prophet was a messenger, someone God chose to speak on his behalf. The Hebrew word is nabi, which means one who is called or spokesman. What they did: reminded Israel of the covenant, warned of consequences, announced hope. What they weren't: fortune tellers, psychics, people who could predict lottery numbers. The main message: you broke your promises, judgment is coming. But God hasn't given up. Someone is coming to fix this. The long ones and the short ones. Quick geography lesson for the library. Don't worry, this won't be on the test. The prophetic books get divided into two groups: major prophets and minor prophets. Sounds important, right? Like some are the varsity squad and some ride the bench? Nope, it's just about length. The major prophets are long. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel. Isaiah alone has 66 chapters. That's a lot of scrolling. The minor prophets, Hosea through Malachi, are shorter, 12 books total, some only a few pages. They're sometimes called the 12 because ancient scribes often copied them all on a single scroll. Don't let the word minor fool you. Jonah is a minor prophet, and his story about the whale, technically a great fish, but whatever, is one of the most famous in the whole Bible. Micah is a minor prophet, and he gave us the Bethlehem prediction we just talked about. Short doesn't mean unimportant. It just means short. Why this matters for you. Okay, ancient lawyers, exile warnings, predictions about a Messiah. Why should you care? Here's why. The prophets prove that God keeps his promises. Every warning they gave came true. The exile happened exactly as they said. The consequences landed exactly as described. God wasn't bluffing. But here's the flip side. Every promise of hope is equally trustworthy. If the judgment predictions came true, why wouldn't the restoration predictions? If God kept his word about exile, why wouldn't he keep his word about rescue? The prophets give you evidence, centuries of evidence, that when God says something is coming, it comes. Jesus is the ultimate proof. The prophets described him in detail. He showed up exactly as promised. That means the promises still waiting to be fulfilled, the ones about God making everything new, wiping away every tear, justice finally rolling down like a river, you can trust those too. The prophets aren't just ancient history. They're a track record, and the track record is flawless. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Prophecy Fulfillment Match worksheet. Here's what you'll find: a list of Old Testament prophecies on one side, a list of New Testament fulfillments on the other. Your job is to draw the lines. Isaiah 53 connects to the crucifixion accounts in the Gospels. Micah 5:2 connects to Matthew's description of Jesus' birth in Bethlehem. Zechariah 9:9 connects to the Palm Sunday story. You're tracing the red thread with your own hands. When you see how many predictions line up, something shifts. The Bible stops feeling like a random collection of ancient documents. It starts feeling like a single story told across centuries, all pointing to one person. No workbook? No problem. Grab a piece of paper. Look up Isaiah 53. Then read the crucifixion account in Matthew 27 or Mark 15. Write down every detail that matches. I think you'll be surprised. The friend who wouldn't quit. My friend Marcus is still in my life. He's mellowed a little, learned some tact, but he's still the guy who will tell me the truth when everyone else is being polite. Last year, I was stressed about a decision, going in circles, asking everyone's opinion, but never committing. Marcus listened for about 5 minutes. Then he said, "You already know what you need to do. You're just scared to do it. Stop asking for permission and make the call." I wanted to argue, but he was right. Again, the prophets were that friend for Israel, and they're that friend for us too. They tell us what we don't want to hear, that our hearts drift, that consequences are real, that we can't fix ourselves. But they also tell us what we desperately need to hear, that someone is coming, that rescue is possible, that the story isn't over. The warning and the promise. Judgment and hope, both true, both necessary. And the promise, the one they kept pointing to, he's about to arrive. Turn the page. Next up, the Gospels. The King finally shows up. 4 writers, 4 angles, 1 person who changes everything. The red thread reaches its climax. Let's go. Part 3, the New Testament, the fulfillment. Chapter 8, the Gospels. I used to think Jesus was boring. I know, terrible thing to admit, but it's true. Growing up, I heard the same stories so many times they lost all their edge. Jesus heals a guy. Jesus tells a parable. Jesus says something wise. The flannel board in Sunday school made him look like a bearded kindergarten teacher with a permanent soft smile. Safe, predictable, nice. I believed in Jesus. I just wasn't that interested in him. Then I actually read the Gospels, not the highlight reel, the whole thing. And I met someone completely different. This Jesus flipped tables. He called religious leaders snakes to their faces. He touched lepers when everyone else ran screaming. He wept at funerals. He got so exhausted he fell asleep in a boat during a hurricane. He made enemies everywhere he went. People either worshipped him or wanted him dead. There was no middle ground. Safe? This guy was the most dangerous person who ever lived. I had to unlearn almost everything I thought I knew. And honestly, I'm still unlearning. Here's what I wish someone had told me earlier. The Gospels are 4 eyewitness accounts of the most explosive event in human history. The King showed up, and nothing was ever the same. The arrival we've been waiting for. Remember where we just came from? The prophets. Those relentless messengers who kept pointing forward, warning of judgment, whispering of hope, painting a portrait of someone coming, a suffering servant, a king from Bethlehem, a rescuer who would bear our failures on his own shoulders. Chapter after chapter, century after century, the same refrain. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. And now he's here. The New Testament opens with 4 books called the Gospels. That word just means good news. After all that waiting, after the exile, the silence, the centuries of wondering if God had forgotten his promises, that's exactly what these books deliver. Good news, the best news. The rescue mission has a face. Why 4? And why that's actually a gift. Here's a question that used to bug me. If God inspired the Bible, why didn't he just give us one clean biography of Jesus? Why 4 versions that sometimes tell the same story differently? I thought the multiple accounts were a problem. Turns out they're a gift. Think about it like this. I watched a car accident once from a coffee shop window. Blue sedan ran a red light. White pickup swerved, metal on metal, glass everywhere. 3 seconds of chaos. 4 of us gave statements to the cop who showed up. We'd all seen the same crash, same intersection, same moment. Our stories didn't quite match. I swore the sedan was speeding. The woman beside me said normal speed. The guy across the street thought the pickup moved too early. The barista remembered seeing a phone in someone's hand. The cop didn't seem worried. 4 witnesses, 4 angles, he said. Doesn't mean anyone's lying. Means everyone saw it from where they stood. That's the Gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John each knew Jesus. Each had an audience they were writing for. Each noticed different details, emphasized different moments, cared about different questions. Put them together, you get a portrait no single account could give you. 4 angles, 1 complete picture. The 4 angles. Early Christians noticed something cool about these 4 books. Each one seemed to spotlight a different side of Jesus. They called them the 4 faces, borrowing imagery from an old prophetic vision of 4 creatures, each with a different face: lion, ox, man, eagle. Sounds weird? Stick with me. This actually helps. Matthew, the king, the lion. Matthew was a tax collector before Jesus called him, also Jewish to his bones. So when he picked up his pen, he had one burning question. Is Jesus the king our prophets promised? His answer? Absolutely. Matthew's gospel is stuffed with Old Testament quotes. He keeps saying things like, "This happened to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet." He's building a case, connecting dots, showing his Jewish readers that Jesus isn't some random rabbi. He's the one they've been waiting for since Abraham. Matthew traces Jesus' family tree back to King David, records wise men bringing royal gifts, organizes Jesus' teaching into 5 big sections, echoing the 5 books of Moses, as if to say, here's the new instruction, and the one giving it has the authority to do so. Matthew's angle? Jesus is the rightful king, the Lion of Judah, finally here. Mark, the servant, the ox. Mark is short, fast, breathless. His favorite word? Immediately. Jesus does this, then immediately does that, then immediately goes somewhere else. It's an action movie. No genealogy, no birth story. Mark drops you straight into Jesus' public ministry like a cold open on a streaming series. Why the rush? Mark was writing for Romans. Romans didn't care about Jewish prophecies. They cared about power, results, action. So Mark shows them a Jesus who gets things done. But here's the twist. The power Jesus shows isn't the conquering hero type Romans expected. It's servant power. The greatest becomes the least. The king washes feet. The Son of God gives his life away. Mark chapter 10 verse 45 nails it. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. A ransom is what you pay to free someone who's been captured. That's the mission. Mark's angle. Real power looks like sacrifice, an ox bearing the weight, humble, strong, unstoppable. Luke, the human, the man. Luke was a doctor and a Gentile, which just means he wasn't Jewish. An outsider who somehow became an insider to the Jesus movement. His gospel is the longest and most detailed. He tells us up front he's done his homework. I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning. Luke 1:3, NIV. This is the researcher at work, the physician taking careful notes. What does Luke emphasize? The humanity of Jesus and the humanity of everyone Jesus touched. Luke gives us the most complete birth narrative. The manger, the shepherds, Mary's song. He shows Jesus weeping, eating, sleeping, getting tired, being genuinely tempted. Luke also pays attention to the people everyone else ignored. Women appear more in his gospel than any other. The poor hear good news. Tax collectors and sinners, the people respectable folks avoided, find a seat at Jesus' table. Luke's angle. Is Jesus for people like me? The broken ones? The outsiders? Yes, 1,000 times yes. John, the God, the eagle. John is different. You feel it from the first line. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1, NIV. No family tree, no birth scene. John starts before time itself. He's the eagle soaring above the clouds, showing us what ground-level observers missed. John was one of Jesus' closest friends, part of the inner circle. He calls himself the disciple whom Jesus loved, which sounds arrogant until you realize it's just honest wonder. He still couldn't believe it. Jesus loved him. That fact rewired everything. John's gospel is full of long conversations, deep teaching, Jesus explaining who he is in ways the other gospels don't record. I am the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the way and the truth and the life. 7 I am statements. Each one a claim that would have made Jewish listeners gasp. Because I am was the name God gave Moses at the burning bush. Jesus wasn't claiming to be a good teacher. He was claiming to be God, walking around in human skin. John's angle? Who is Jesus really? He is God, the Word made flesh, come to dwell among us. The four Gospels at a glance. Matthew, written for Jews. Jesus is the promised King. The Lion, Mark, written for Romans. Jesus is the suffering servant. The Ox, Luke, written for everyone, especially outsiders. Jesus is the perfect human, the man, John, written for all who will believe. Jesus is God in flesh. The Eagle, same Jesus, 4 angles, 1 complete portrait. What he actually did and why it matters. Here's what I missed for years. I knew the stories, could list the miracles, water to wine, walking on water, feeding thousands with a kid's lunch, healing blind people, paralyzed people, dead people, the greatest hits. But I treated them like isolated episodes, cool moments proving Jesus had power. I missed the pattern. Everything Jesus did was pushing back the curse. Remember Act 2 from chapter 2, the fall, when everything broke? Death showed up, disease spread, relationships fractured, creation groaned. Jesus walked into that mess and started reversing it. One person at a time. He touched lepers when everyone else backed away, gave sight to people who'd never seen their mother's face, spoke to storms and they shut up, walked into funerals and walked out with the formerly dead person beside him. These weren't magic tricks. They were previews, announcements. The kingdom of God is breaking in, and this is what it looks like. No more blindness, no more paralysis, no more isolation. No more death. Jesus was showing us what the world will look like when he's done. And you're invited into that future. That's the point. The knot in the thread. All 4 Gospels spend a huge chunk of their pages on Jesus' final week. Think about that. They could have given us more sermons, more miracles, more stories from the 3 years of teaching and traveling. Instead, they all slow way down when they hit Jerusalem, because this is the point. This is where the red thread gets tied into a knot that holds everything together. Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, exactly like the prophet Zechariah predicted. Crowds waved palm branches, shouted, "Hosanna." They thought they were welcoming a military liberator. They were welcoming a lamb. A few days later, Jesus gathered his closest followers, the ones the Bible calls apostles, which just means sent ones, for a meal. He took bread, broke it, said, "This is my body given for you." Luke 22:19, NIV. Took a cup of wine, said, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for you." Luke 22:20, NIV. A new covenant, a new binding agreement. Remember those from chapter 4? God was about to make a new one, written not on stone, but in blood. That night, in a garden called Gethsemane, Jesus sweated drops of blood while he prayed. He knew what was coming. asked his father if there was another way. There wasn't. Arrested, fake trial, beaten, mocked, a crown of thorns jammed onto his head. Then they nailed him to a cross. What the cross actually did. I need to slow down here, because this is the center of everything. The cross is where the rescue happened. Remember all those animal sacrifices back in Leviticus? The blood on the altar? That whole system allowing a holy God to live among unholy people? It was pointing here. Always pointing here. Remember the Passover lamb? Blood on the doorframe so death passed over? Pointing here. Remember Isaiah's suffering servant, pierced for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities? Isaiah 53:5, NIV. Pointing here. On the cross, Jesus absorbed the full weight of human rebellion. Everything we broke. Everything we owed. The debt we couldn't pay. The death we'd earn. He took it, all of it. One of the criminals dying next to him asked to be remembered. Jesus' response still wrecks me. Truly, I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. Luke 23:43, NIV. Even while dying, he was still rescuing people. Near the end, Jesus cried out, my God, why have you forsaken me? Matthew 27:46, NIV. That's a direct quote from Psalm 22, the song David wrote 1,000 years earlier describing crucifixion, before crucifixion even existed. Jesus was living out the script the prophets wrote. Then he said 3 words, "It is finished." John 19:30, NIV. It is finished. The mission, the rescue, the payment, complete. And then he died. But Friday wasn't the end. They buried him in a borrowed tomb, rolled a massive stone across the entrance, posted guards. The religious leaders were nervous. They remembered Jesus saying something about rising again. 3 days later, empty tomb, not robbed, not disturbed, empty. The burial cloth still there, folded neatly, like someone had simply gotten up, because he had. Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene first, then the other women, then Peter, then 2 disciples walking on a road, explaining how the entire Old Testament pointed to this, then to the remaining 11 apostles. Thomas, who missed the first appearance and refused to believe, got to put his fingers into the nail holes. Over 40 days, Jesus showed up to more than 500 people, teaching, eating fish, explaining, proving he was alive. This is an event, the most important event in history. If Jesus stayed dead, the cross was just another execution. But because he rose, everything changes. Death lost, sin's grip broke, the curse started cracking. The rescue worked. What this means for you. Here's what I need you to hear. The Gospels are an invitation. Every person Jesus touched, every sinner he forgave, every outcast he welcomed. Those are previews, demonstrations of what he wants to do for you. Right now, today. The woman caught cheating who should have been executed? Jesus said, "Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more." John 8:11, NIV. That offer stands for you. The tax collector everyone hated? Jesus called him down from a tree and went to his house for dinner. That's available for you. The thief on the cross, with nothing to offer but a desperate plea? Paradise for you. The disciples who abandoned Jesus in his darkest hour and then got restored and sent out anyway? That grace is for you too. Jesus came for the mess. That's good news, because I'm a mess, and I'm guessing you might be too. The King arrived. The King died. The King rose, and the King is inviting you in. What will you do with that? Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, Pull up the Four Faces of Jesus comparison chart. You'll see a simple grid with all four Gospels side by side. Key themes. Primary audience. The angle each writer takes on Jesus. As you start reading the Gospels yourself, this chart keeps you oriented. When Matthew quotes another Old Testament prophecy, you'll know why. He's proving Jesus is the king. When Mark rushes through another miracle, you'll get the pacing. He's showing Jesus as the tireless servant. When Luke pauses to include a woman or an outsider, you'll catch it. He's revealing Jesus as the friend of the forgotten. No workbook? Grab any paper. 4 columns: Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. As you read through each gospel, jot down what stands out. What does this writer seem to care about most? Who is Jesus to them? You're meeting someone here. The most important someone who ever lived. Let the 4 witnesses introduce you. One more thing. I told you I used to find Jesus boring. That changed. The Gospels weren't written to inform me about Jesus. They were written to confront me with him. This is a living king making a claim on your life. He's not asking for your admiration. He's asking for your allegiance. The religious leaders of his day understood that. That's why they killed him. A nice teacher poses no threat. A man claiming to be God, forgiving sins, announcing a kingdom that would overthrow every other power structure? That's dangerous. Jesus is still dangerous. Dangerous to your self-sufficiency. Dangerous to your carefully constructed identity. Dangerous to every idol you've built your life around. But here's the thing about danger. Sometimes it's exactly what you need. Sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the only one who can save you. The king has arrived. Your move. Turn the page. Next up, Acts. Jesus left, but he didn't leave us alone. The Holy Spirit showed up and everything exploded. The fire spreads. Let's go. Chapter 9. Acts. I faked it for 3 years. Showed up to church. Sang the songs. Nodded during sermons. Led a small group on Tuesday nights where I said things like, "Let's just trust God with this," while secretly wondering if any of it actually worked. On the outside, model Christian. Knew the right answers. Could pray out loud without stumbling. Had a leather Bible with my name embossed on the cover. On the inside, exhausted. Running on fumes. Trying so hard to be good that I forgot what good was even for. I remember sitting in my car after a particularly draining Sunday service, staring at the steering wheel thinking, if this is what following Jesus feels like, I don't know how much longer I can do it. I wasn't angry at God. I was just tired. The Christian life felt like pushing a car uphill. Endless effort, minimal movement. And everyone around me seemed to have some secret engine I didn't. Turns out, they did. I just hadn't plugged into it yet. That's what the book of Acts is about. And honestly, it's the chapter of the Bible that finally made my faith stop feeling like a performance. Wait, he's leaving? Okay, deep breath. Let's figure out where we are. You just spent all of chapter 8 meeting Jesus, the king who finally showed up after centuries of waiting. You watched him heal, teach, confront, forgive. You saw him die on a cross and walk out of a tomb 3 days later. The climax, the victory, the moment the whole story was building toward. And now he leaves. 40 days after the resurrection, Jesus gathered his closest followers on a hillside outside Jerusalem. They were practically vibrating with excitement. Finally, after all the waiting, the promised king was going to set up his throne, kick out the Romans, fix everything. Instead, he gave them instructions and floated up into a cloud. Gone. I need you to feel how disorienting that must have been. These disciples had left everything. Jobs, families, reputations. They'd watched Jesus die and thought the dream was dead. They'd seen him alive again and thought the victory parade was starting. Now he's disappearing into the sky, telling them to go change the world. 2 angels had to snap them out of it. Men of Galilee, why do you stand here looking into the sky? Acts 1:11 NIV. Translation: Stop staring. You've got work to do. But how? How were a handful of uneducated fishermen, tax collectors, and former doubters supposed to change anything? No money, no political connections, no platform. The most powerful empire in history had just executed their leader as a criminal. They were being asked to run a marathon. Barefoot. Uphill. In the dark, unless something changed. The day everything changed. Jesus knew they couldn't do it alone. That's why his last instructions weren't try harder or believe more. His last instructions were wait. Do not leave Jerusalem, but wait for the gift my Father promised. Acts 1:4 NIV. Wait for what? 10 days later, they found out. It was a Jewish holiday called Pentecost. Basically, a harvest festival where Jews from all over the known world gathered in Jerusalem to celebrate. The city was packed, and somewhere in the middle of it, about 120 followers of Jesus were crammed into an upper room, praying, waiting, probably wondering if they'd imagined the whole thing. Then it happened. Suddenly, a sound like the blowing of a violent wind came from heaven and filled the whole house where they were sitting. They saw what seemed to be tongues of fire that separated and came to rest on each of them. All of them were filled with the Holy Spirit. Acts 2:2-4 NIV. Wind. Fire. Ordinary people suddenly speaking in languages they'd never learned. Yeah, it was weird. Pentecost was not subtle. But here's what I need you to see underneath all the special effects. God's address changed. Stay with me here. This matters. In the Old Testament, God's presence lived in the tabernacle, that portable tent we talked about back in chapter 4. Then Solomon built the temple, and God's presence moved there. A specific building, a specific location. If you wanted to meet with God, you went there. When Jesus walked the earth, God was with his people in a new way. Visible, touchable. You could have dinner with him. But he was still, in some sense, outside of them. Alongside, next to, not inside. Pentecost changed that. Forever. The Spirit didn't just show up in the room. He took up residence inside ordinary human beings. The same power that raised Jesus from the dead moved into fishermen and housewives and former skeptics. The temple was no longer a building. The temple was them. And if you've said yes to Jesus, the temple is you. The power source. Here's the analogy that finally made this click for me. Think about your phone when you've got no signal. You can still look at old photos, play games you've already downloaded, write notes to yourself. But anything that requires connection to the outside world? Dead. No messages, no maps, no answers. The phone works, technically. It's just cut off from everything that makes it powerful. Then you walk into Wi-Fi range. Suddenly everything lights up. Messages flood in. The whole internet is at your fingertips. Same phone, same hardware, completely different capability. The Holy Spirit is like the Wi-Fi signal connecting you to the source. Before Pentecost, the disciples had the hardware. They'd spent 3 years with Jesus. They knew his teachings. They'd witnessed the miracles. They believed he was who he said he was. But they were still running on their own battery, their own courage, their own understanding. Which is why, when Jesus was arrested, they scattered like roaches when the lights come on. Peter, the boldest of them, the one who swore he'd die for Jesus, denied even knowing him. 3 times. To a servant girl. Same Peter, 7 weeks later, stood up in front of thousands of strangers and preached so powerfully that 3,000 people decided to follow Jesus that day. Acts 2:41. What changed? Not his personality, not his education, not his circumstances. He got connected. That's the whole point of the book of Acts. Regular people connected to God's Spirit, doing things they could never pull off alone. Healing the sick, facing down authorities, planting churches in hostile cities. The book is full of moments where you think, how did they do that? The answer is always the same. They didn't. The Spirit did. Through them. Who is the Holy Spirit? Quick clarification, because this trips people up. The Holy Spirit isn't an it, not a force, not an energy field, not a warm religious feeling. He's a person, the third member of what Christians call the Trinity. One God existing as three persons, Father, Son, and Spirit. Confusing? Yeah, it's supposed to be. God is bigger than our categories. What does he actually do? He convicts you when you're heading the wrong way, comforts you when you're hurting, guides you when you're lost, gives you power to do what you couldn't do alone, changes you from the inside out. Slowly, usually, but really. Where does he live? Inside every person who trusts Jesus. Paul put it this way, do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit who is in you? 1 Corinthians 6:19, NIV. He's the power source. He's how this whole thing actually works. The ripple effect. Here's something cool. That verse Jesus spoke right before he ascended, Acts 1:8, it's basically the outline for the entire book. You will be my witnesses in Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth. That's a map, a progression. And if you watch Acts unfold, you can see it happening in real time. Jerusalem, Acts 1-7, ground zero. The church explodes in the same city where Jesus was crucified weeks earlier. Thousands believe. Miracles break out. The same religious leaders who killed Jesus suddenly have a movement on their hands they can't stop. They try arrests, threats, even executions. Nothing works. Judea and Samaria, Acts 8-12. Persecution scatters the believers outward. Looks like disaster, turns out to be strategy. As they flee, they take the message with them. A guy named Philip ends up in Samaria. Shocking, because Jews and Samaritans had hated each other for centuries. The gospel didn't care about old ethnic grudges. It crossed the line anyway. The ends of the earth, Acts 13-28. Enter Paul. Former Christian hunter turned church planter. He traveled thousands of miles by foot and ship, starting communities of Jesus followers across the Roman Empire. By the end of Acts, the message that began in a borrowed upper room has reached Rome itself, the center of the known world. Picture a stone dropped into still water. The splash happens in one spot, but the ripples spread outward, expanding in every direction until they reach the edges. That's Acts. And here's the wild part. It's still happening. The ripple reached your country, your town, your family, you. You're not watching the story from the outside. You're standing in it. People worth meeting. Acts is packed with characters. Let me introduce a few you'll want to know. Peter, remember the guy who denied Jesus 3 times? Becomes the early church's main spokesman. His Pentecost sermon launched the whole thing. Later, God gives him a vision that blows up his assumptions. This message isn't just for Jewish people, it's for everyone. Peter, the fisherman who couldn't stay awake in a garden, becomes a pillar. First follower of Jesus to die for his faith. An angry mob stoned him while he prayed for his killers. Tragedy. Except, watching from the edge of that crowd, holding people's coats, was a young man named Saul, who later became Paul, formerly Saul. The plot twist nobody saw coming. This guy hunted Christians, arrested them, approved their executions. Then Jesus met him on a road, knocked him to the ground, blinded him, and rewrote his entire story. The hunter became the missionary. Paul wrote about 1/3 of the New Testament and planted churches across the ancient world. If you've ever felt too far gone for God to use, Paul's your guy. Barnabas. His name literally means son of encouragement. That's who he was. When everyone was terrified of Paul after his conversion, Barnabas vouched for him. When a young helper named John Mark quit mid-mission, Barnabas gave him another chance. We need more Barnabases. Lydia, a businesswoman who sold expensive purple cloth. First person in Europe to follow Jesus. She opened her home as headquarters for the new church in Philippi. Proof that the gospel crossed every line: geography, gender, economics. Here's what all these people have in common. None of them were superheroes. They were ordinary, scared, flawed, frequently confused, but they were connected to the source. That made all the difference. Why this matters for you. Okay, here's where it gets personal. If you've trusted Jesus, the same Spirit that filled Peter at Pentecost lives in you, right now. Not metaphorically, actually. The same power that transformed a handful of terrified nobodies into a world-changing movement is available to you. Not someday, not after you clean up your act, not when you finally feel ready. Now. I wish someone had told me this earlier. Remember those 3 years I mentioned at the beginning, the ones where I was faking it? The exhaustion wasn't because Christianity doesn't work. I was trying to run the Christian life on my own battery. Willpower, good intentions, gritted teeth. I was pushing a car uphill when there was an engine under the hood the whole time. The Christian life runs on connection, not effort. Staying plugged in, moment by moment, asking the Spirit to do through you what you could never do on your own. That sounds mystical. It is, but it's also ridiculously practical. It's waking up and praying, I can't do today alone. Help. It's pausing before a hard conversation and whispering, give me words. It's collapsing at the end of a brutal day and admitting, I blew it again. Thank you for not giving up on me. The Spirit isn't just power for big moments. He's presence for every moment. And here's something I love about how Acts ends. It doesn't. The book just stops. Mid-story. Paul is under house arrest in Rome, still preaching to anyone who will listen. No resolution. The narrative breaks off, like someone ran out of scroll. I think that's on purpose. Because the story isn't over. The ripple is still spreading. And you're part of it now. The red thread keeps going. Let's zoom out for a second. We started this book with a library. 66 books, different genres, one story. The red thread, that rescue mission running through every page, reached its climax at the cross and the empty tomb. Jesus did what we couldn't, fixed what we broke, opened a door back to the Father. But Acts shows us the thread doesn't stop there. The rescue mission spreads. Jesus returns to heaven, but he doesn't leave us stranded. He sends his Spirit. The same presence that hovered over the waters at creation, the same power that parted the sea, the same fire that burned on the mountain, now living inside regular people. The temple, once a building in Jerusalem, becomes a global network of human hearts. The message, once whispered in a tiny corner of the Middle East, reaches every continent. The church, once a handful of frightened fishermen, numbers in the billions today, all because the power got turned on. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the ripple effect map. You'll see a simple diagram. Jerusalem at the center, circles spreading outward, Judea and Samaria, the broader Roman world, then the edges, where the ends of the earth fade into the unknown. Here's what I want you to do. First, trace the spread. As you read through Acts on your own, mark where the action moves. When does the gospel leave Jerusalem? When does it cross into non-Jewish territory? When does it reach Rome? You're watching the ripple expand in real time. Second, and this is the harder part, locate yourself. Where are you on the map? Not geographically, spiritually. Are you still in Jerusalem, just beginning to understand what Jesus actually did? Are you in Judea, taking your first steps outward? Are you somewhere at the edge, wondering what it would look like to carry this message into spaces that haven't heard it? The ripple that started in Acts reached you somehow. A parent, a friend, a stranger, a book. Someone carried it to where you are. Who will you carry it to next? No workbook? No problem. Grab any paper. Draw a dot in the center. 3 expanding circles around it. Label them Jerusalem, Judea/Samaria, ends of the earth. Put your name somewhere on that map. Then write one name. Someone who doesn't know this story yet. You're part of this now. 3 words. I'm not faking it anymore. That doesn't mean I've got it all figured out. I still have days where I try to run on my own steam. Still catch myself white-knuckling my way through situations instead of asking for help. Old habits die hard, but I know the difference now. I know what it feels like to push the car versus turn on the engine. I know the exhaustion of performing versus the relief of depending. And when I catch myself slipping back into that old pattern, trying harder instead of trusting deeper, I've got a prayer I come back to. It's embarrassingly simple. 3 words. Help me today. That's it. Not eloquent, not impressive, just honest. The disciples waited in that upper room because Jesus told them to. He knew what they needed wasn't more information or better strategy or extra motivation. They needed power from outside themselves. And it came. In wind and fire and languages and boldness they didn't have the day before. The same power is available to you. You don't have to fake it. You don't have to push the car uphill. The source is already there, waiting to be asked. Ready to see what the early church did once they started figuring out how to actually live this new life? Turn the page. Next up, the Epistles, letters from the front lines. Paul, Peter, James, and others wrote to young churches wrestling with real problems. Divisions, doubts, moral failures, and questions nobody had answers to yet. These aren't abstract theology. They're field manuals for people trying to follow Jesus in a world that doesn't. Let's go. Chapter 10, the Epistles. I ruined a Bible study once by giving advice I had no business giving. A woman in our group was struggling. Her marriage was falling apart. She'd been trying so hard to be a good Christian wife, submissive, patient, forgiving, and her husband just kept taking advantage of it. She was exhausted, broken. Sitting in a folding chair in someone's living room, finally admitting out loud that she didn't know how much longer she could keep going. And I, in my infinite 26-year-old wisdom, quoted Ephesians at her. Wives, submit to your husbands. I said it gently, thought I was being helpful, biblical even. She looked at me like I'd slapped her. Later, an older woman in the group pulled me aside. She wasn't angry. Worse, she was patient. The kind of patient that means you've really messed up. Do you know what comes before that verse? She asked. I didn't. Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. And do you know what comes after? Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. You handed that woman a command without the context. You gave her the second half without the first. I wanted to disappear into the carpet. She wasn't done. The epistles aren't fortune cookies. You can't just crack them open, pull out a sentence, and apply it to whoever's standing in front of you. These were letters written to real people with real context. You have to read the whole thing. That conversation changed how I read the entire New Testament. The fire needed instructions. Remember where we just came from? Acts. Pentecost, the Spirit showing up like fire and wind. Ordinary people suddenly speaking in languages they'd never learned. 3,000 converts in a single day. The church exploding outward from Jerusalem to the edges of the known world. It was chaos. Beautiful, holy chaos. But here's the thing about fire. It spreads fast, sometimes faster than you can manage it. Suddenly, there were churches in Corinth, in Galatia, in Ephesus, in Philippi, in Rome itself. Communities of brand new believers trying to figure out what it actually meant to follow Jesus. And they had questions, so many questions. Can we still eat meat that was sacrificed to idols at the pagan temple? What happens to believers who die before Jesus comes back? How do we handle it when two people in the church are suing each other? Is it okay to get married? What about staying single? Someone in our group is sleeping with his stepmother. What do we do? That last one is real, by the way. 1 Corinthians chapter 5. The early church was messy. Paul couldn't be everywhere at once. Neither could Peter or James or John. So they did what people did before email and text messages. They wrote letters. That's what the epistles are. Field manuals from the front lines. Targeted interventions for specific churches with specific problems. Reading them is like finding a shoebox of someone else's mail. You can follow the words, but you've got to figure out the backstory to really understand what's being said. Wait, what's an epistle? Just a fancy word for letter. That's it, nothing mysterious. The New Testament has 21 of them. They take up almost half the books after the Gospels. Paul wrote most of them, 13 if you're counting. The rest come from Peter, James, John, and 1, Hebrews, where we're honestly not sure who wrote. Here's what's wild. These weren't written to be the Bible. The authors weren't sitting there thinking, billions of people will read this someday. They were writing to their people, their churches, their friends. That's why they can feel confusing at first. You're reading someone else's mail. You're walking into the middle of a conversation that started before you got there. But once you figure out what conversation you've walked into, these letters become the most practical, down-to-earth section of the whole Bible. The pattern that changes everything. Here's the thing that woman taught me in that living room. The thing I wish someone had told me years earlier. Almost every epistle follows the same structure. First half, who you are. Second half, how to live. Scholars have fancy names for this, indicative and imperative. Forget those. Here's the plain English version. Identity before instructions. Always. Think about it like a coach at halftime. The team is down 15 points, exhausted, defeated. Does a good coach walk in and immediately start drawing plays? Number. A good coach starts somewhere else. Hey, look at me. You're better than this. You've worked too hard to quit now. You belong on this court. Remember who you are. Only after the team remembers their identity does the coach pull out the strategy. Okay, now here's what we're going to do differently. Paul does this in almost every letter. First half, what God has done, who you now are, the rescue that's already been accomplished. Second half, okay, now live like it. Skip the first half, you'll drown in the second. Hunt for the therefore. Want a cheat code? Look for the word therefore. That's usually the hinge, the pivot point where Paul shifts from what is true to what to do. Take Romans. It's the longest, densest letter in the collection. 11 chapters unpacking how the rescue works, who God is, what sin does to us, how grace swoops in, why Jesus had to die, the mechanics of being made right with God. Heavy stuff, important stuff. But if you stopped at chapter 11, you'd have a theology textbook, not a life manual. Then chapter 12 opens. Therefore, I urge you, brothers and sisters, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice. Romans 12:1 NIV. There it is, the bridge. Therefore, because of all that, in light of everything I just spent 11 chapters explaining, now here's how to live. Ephesians does the same thing. 3 chapters of identity. You were dead, now you're alive. You were outsiders, now you're family. You're God's masterpiece. Then chapter 4 opens. I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. Ephesians 4:1, New IV. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the indicative/imperative bridge diagram. You'll see a canyon with 2 sides. Left side, identity, who you are. Right side, action, what you do. The bridge connecting them is labeled therefore. You can't get to the second side without crossing the bridge, and you can't cross the bridge without standing on the first side. You don't behave to become a smith. Let me give you an analogy that finally made this click for me. Imagine a family named Smith. The Smiths have their ways. Maybe they eat Sunday dinner together, no exceptions. Maybe they value honesty, even when it costs them. Maybe they show up early to everything because Smiths don't make people wait. Now imagine a baby is born into that family. Little Emma Smith. Question: does Emma have to eat the Sunday dinners and tell the truth and show up early in order to become a Smith? Of course not. She's already a Smith. She was born one. The name came first. But as Emma grows, she'll learn the family ways. She'll eat the dinners, tell the truth, show up early. She already has the name. Now she lives like it. She doesn't behave to become a Smith. She behaves because she is one. That's the gospel. You don't obey to earn God's acceptance. You obey because you've already got it. You don't follow the rules to join the family. You follow them because you've already been adopted. The epistles exist to remind you of your last name. Why I got this backwards for a decade. Confession time. For years, I read the epistles completely wrong. I'd skip the theology sections, flip right past the God did this and you are now that parts. Too abstract, too dense. Just give me the action items. Tell me what to do. Be patient. Be kind. Don't get drunk. Don't lie. Got it. I'll try harder. And I failed. Constantly. The harder I tried, the more exhausted I got. The more exhausted I got, the guiltier I felt. The guiltier I felt, the harder I tried. Rinse, repeat. Burn out. Here's what I didn't understand. You cannot sustainably live the second half without being anchored in the first. If you skip identity and go straight to instructions, you become one of two people. Either a Pharisee, proud because you're keeping the rules better than everyone else, or a burnout, crushed because you can't keep them at all. There's no third option. I've tried. The first half is the fuel that makes the second half possible. Skip it and you're running on empty. When Paul tells the Ephesians to be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, Ephesians 4:32, New Wine Vive, he doesn't stop there. He finishes the sentence, just as in Christ God forgave you. You can forgive because you've been forgiven. You can be kind because you've received kindness. The doing flows from the being. Once I started reading in order, identity, then action, everything changed. The epistles at a glance. Paul's letters, Romans 1 and 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1 and 2 Thessalonians, 1 and 2 Timothy, Titus, Philemon. Other letters, Hebrews, James, 1st and 2nd Peter, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John, Jude. The pattern. First half equals who you are, identity. Second half equals how to live, action. Connected by therefore. The big idea. You don't obey to earn acceptance. You obey because you've already been accepted. Where's Jesus in all this? Everywhere. On every page. The epistles are what the rescue mission looks like after the rescue. Jesus came, died, rose, and went back to the Father. The Spirit got poured out. Now what? How do rescued people actually live? That's what these letters answer. Romans explains how the rescue works, the mechanics of grace, why Jesus' death actually accomplishes something. This is the engine room. Galatians guards the rescue from counterfeits. Paul wrote it furious. You can feel him pacing the room. People were adding requirements. Faith in Jesus plus following these rules. Paul shut that down hard. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Galatians 5:1 NIV. Ephesians celebrates the rescue. Rescued people are God's masterpiece. Ephesians 2:10 New IV. Former enemies are now family. This letter reads like a victory lap. Philippians shows what the rescue feels like in the dark. Paul wrote it chained to a Roman guard, and somehow it's the most joyful letter in the collection. Joy that doesn't depend on circumstances. That's what belonging to Jesus produces. Hebrews connects all those Old Testament sacrifices we talked about in chapter 4 to Jesus. Remember the altars, the lambs, the blood on the doorframe? Hebrews explains they were always pointing here. Unlike the other high priests, he does not need to offer sacrifices day after day. He sacrificed for their sins once for all when he offered himself. Hebrews 7:27, NIV. The red thread runs through every one of these letters. It's the whole reason they exist. Your turn. Ready to try this yourself? If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Therefore Hunt worksheet. Here's your assignment. Pick one letter. Ephesians is great if you want something manageable, only 6 chapters. Romans if you want the full experience. Philippians if you want something warm and personal. Read it with a pen in hand. Don't worry about understanding everything. Just hunt for 2 things. Identity statements. Anything that tells you who you are because of Jesus. You were dead. God made you alive. You are citizens of heaven. You are His workmanship. Circle them, underline them. Let them sink in. The pivot. Look for therefore, or so then, or in light of this. That's where the letter crosses from identity to action. Mark it. That's your bridge. Then notice how everything in the second half connects back to the first. The instructions aren't random. They flow from who you already are. No workbook? No problem. Grab any paper. Draw a line down the middle. Left side, who I am. Right side, how I live. Fill it in as you read. You're building your own bridge. Reading someone else's mail and finding your name. I think about that woman from my Bible study sometimes. I never got to apologize properly. She stopped coming a few weeks later. I don't know what happened to her marriage. I don't know if she's okay. What I do know is that I handed her a command when she needed an identity. I gave her the second half without the first. And I've spent the years since trying not to make that mistake again. The epistles were written to churches in Corinth and Galatia and Ephesus, but they were preserved for you. God wanted you to read these letters. You need to know who you are. You are forgiven. You are adopted. You are God's masterpiece. You belong. That's the first half, the identity, the foundation. Now, go live like it. That's the second. Turn the page. Next up, Revelation, the final chapter. The weird one everyone's afraid of. Dragons and beasts and the number 666. Don't worry, it's actually good news. The king returns, he wins, and that changes everything. Let's go. Chapter 11. Revelation. I was 13 the first time I couldn't sleep because I was afraid of the end of the world. Someone at church had given a sermon about Revelation. Dragons, beasts, a number that marked people for destruction. The Antichrist, whoever that was, taking over everything. Fire falling from the sky. I lay in my bed that night, staring at the ceiling, genuinely wondering if I'd wake up to the apocalypse. My stomach hurt. My mind raced. I remember thinking, if this is what following God leads to, I'm not sure I want in. I didn't tell anyone. Too embarrassed. Good Christian kids weren't supposed to be scared of the Bible, right? So I did what any reasonable person would do. I avoided the book of Revelation for the next 15 years. Just pretended it wasn't there. 65 books in my Bible. The 66th didn't exist. Problem solved. Except it wasn't. The fear didn't go away. It just went underground. Here's what finally changed things for me. Someone told me Revelation was written to show me how the story ends. And once I knew the ending, I could finally handle the scary parts in the middle. The final stop on the tour. Okay, deep breath. Look where you are. You just walked through the epistles in chapter 10. All those letters from Paul and Peter and the rest. Field manuals for rescued people learning to live like it's true. Identity before instructions. The therefore that bridges who you are to how you live. Now we've reached the last book, the finale, the one everyone either obsesses over or runs from, Revelation. And here's the thing, you're ready for this. You've got the tools now. You know the red thread. You understand the 4 acts: creation, fall, redemption, restoration. You've traced the story from a garden in Genesis to churches scattered across the Roman Empire. Revelation is where restoration reaches its crescendo. Act 4, finale, the curtain call. Everything the whole Bible has been building toward. So let's actually read it, together, without the nightmares. The book everyone's afraid of. Let me guess what you've heard about Revelation. Dragons, beasts with 7 heads. That number, 666, people have been trying to decode for 2,000 years. Plagues, trumpets, bowls of wrath, locusts with human faces and scorpion tails. Actual nightmare fuel. You've probably seen the charts. Some guy with a laser pointer at a prophecy conference, connecting arrows between world events and Bible verses, predicting exactly when everything falls apart. People have been making those charts for centuries. They've all been wrong. Or you just skip it, flip right past, pretend those last few pages don't exist. Yeah, I did that too, for years. But here's what nobody told me. Revelation was written to comfort you. Seriously, the first readers weren't prophecy nerds trying to crack a code. They were ordinary Christians getting thrown to lions, losing jobs because they wouldn't bow to Caesar, watching friends get executed, living under an empire that wanted them erased. They needed to know how the story ended, and the message was simple. Hold on, the king is coming back. And he wins. That's it. That's the headline. A promise, not a puzzle. I wasted so much time trying to decode this book. Is the beast a person? A government? Some future technology? What about that number? Is it a barcode? A microchip? Some politician I'm supposed to identify? I bought books, watched documentaries, drew embarrassing charts on napkins at coffee shops. A complete waste. Not because Revelation doesn't matter. It matters immensely. I was just reading it wrong. Revelation is a promise to trust, not a puzzle to solve. Here's what helped me. The book belongs to a genre called apocalyptic literature. Sounds intimidating. It's not. Apocalypse just means unveiling or revelation. Same word, basically. It's a type of writing that uses vivid, symbolic imagery to communicate spiritual realities. Think of it like a political cartoon. When you see a drawing of a donkey and an elephant boxing, you don't think actual animals are fighting. You know they represent political parties. The image communicates something real. It's just not meant to be taken literally. Revelation works the same way. Dragons and beasts and numbers are symbols. First-century readers in places like modern-day Turkey would have recognized many of them instantly. We're further removed, so some details feel stranger. That's okay. Really, you don't have to decode every symbol to get the message. And the message? Crystal clear. The only headline you need. If I had to summarize Revelation in one sentence, there is a war. Jesus wins. He fixes everything. That's it. Everything else? Detail. The book opens with letters to 7 churches scattered across the Roman Empire. Real churches, real struggles. Some get praised, some get warned. Jesus walks among them, fully aware of what they're facing. Then the scene shifts to heaven, and it's breathtaking. God on a throne, creatures worshiping. A scroll that no one can open, representing God's plan for history. Tension builds. Who is worthy to open it? Enter Jesus. He's described as both a lion, the conquering king from Judah's tribe, remember that from the history books? And a lamb, looking as if it had been slain. Revelation 5:6, New Vive. The rescuer who won through sacrifice. He takes the scroll. Heaven explodes in worship. What follows is a series of visions. Seals opened, trumpets blown, bowls poured out, judgments falling, the forces of evil making their final stand. It's intense, chaotic, sometimes genuinely hard to follow. I won't pretend otherwise. But through all of it, one thing never wavers. The Lamb is on the throne, and he never loses it. Evil rages, evil falls. Jesus stands. That's the story. Your story, if you belong to him. 2 cities, 1 choice. Here's an image that made everything click for me. Revelation contrasts 2 cities, Babylon and the New Jerusalem. Babylon represents the world system built on rebellion against God. Power, wealth, pleasure without limits. It looks impressive, seductive even, but underneath, rotten, built on exploitation, drunk on violence. A house of cards dressed up like a palace. Revelation 18 describes Babylon's fall. One moment, she's the center of everything. The next, smoke, silence. The kings and merchants who profited from her stand at a distance, weeping. Everything they built, gone, just like that. Then comes the contrast. A new city descends, not built by human hands, coming down out of heaven from God. The holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride beautifully dressed for her husband. Revelation 21:2, NIV. This is the destination, the finale, what the whole Bible has been building toward. And here's what wrecks me every time I read it. Heaven doesn't stay up there. Heaven comes down here. The ending isn't escape, it's restoration. God doesn't abandon his creation, he renews it. The curse that broke everything in Genesis 3, reversed. The separation between God and humanity, ended forever. No more tears, no more death. Revelation 21 and 22 are some of the most beautiful chapters in the entire Bible. Seriously, if you read nothing else from this book, read these. Listen to what God promises. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death, or mourning, or crying, or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. Revelation 21:4, New IV. No more death, no more grief, no more pain. Every funeral you've ever attended, every hospital waiting room, every 2 a.m. phone call that shattered your world, gone. Not paused, erased. The old order has passed away. Then this, look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. Revelation 21:3, NIV. Remember the tabernacle from chapter 4? That portable tent where God's presence lived in the middle of the Israelite camp? Remember how the whole point was that God wanted to be close? This is the final fulfillment. No more temple, no more veil, no more barriers. God and his people, together, with nothing in between. The garden restored, but better. Not a garden this time, a city. Because God's plan was never to hit rewind. It was to move forward to something greater. A place where cultures and nations bring their treasures. Where the gates never close because there's no more danger. Where a river of life flows and the tree of life grows again. Eden was a promise. The New Jerusalem is the fulfillment. Revelation at a glance. The genre, apocalyptic literature. Symbolic visions revealing spiritual truths. Not a secret code to crack. The audience, persecuted Christians in the 1st century who desperately needed hope. The headline, there is a war. Jesus wins. He fixes everything. The 2 cities, Babylon, the world system, falls. New Jerusalem, God's renewed creation, descends. The promise, no more death, no more tears. God with his people forever. The thread holds. We started back in chapter 2, talking about a single thread running through every page of Scripture. The red thread. The rescue mission tying all 66 books together. Now you've reached the end, and here's what I need you to see. The thread holds. Genesis opened with God walking with humans in a garden. Revelation closes with God dwelling among humans in a city. The separation that began when Adam and Eve hid in the bushes, healed. The curse that brought death and decay, lifted. The enemy who whispered lies in Eden, destroyed. Every sacrifice in Leviticus pointed to the Lamb on the throne. Every king who failed in the history books cleared the way for the king who wouldn't. Every lament in the Psalms finds its answer in no more tears. Every prophecy in Isaiah about a suffering servant fulfilled in the Lamb who was slain. The 4 acts: creation, fall, redemption, restoration. Revelation is restoration reaching its crescendo. Finally, completely, gloriously. The Bible isn't 66 disconnected books. It's one story, and the story has a happy end. You've traced it yourself now. That's no small thing. Why this changes everything right now. I know what you're thinking. Great, Jesus wins eventually. But what about today? What about the chaos in my life right now? What about the world falling apart outside my window? Fair, really fair. Here's my honest answer. Knowing the ending changes how you live in the middle. When you know death doesn't have the final word, you can grieve without despair. When you know injustice gets answered, you can fight without cynicism. When you know the King is coming back, you can serve without burning out. Revelation is fuel for today. The first Christians read this book and didn't run from persecution. They ran toward it, not because they were reckless, because they knew the scoreboard. The game might look tight in the third quarter, but they'd already read the final score. They could endure anything because they knew something. The Lamb wins, and they belonged to Him. So do you. If you've said yes to Jesus, the victory is already yours. You're just waiting for the celebration to go public. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Victory Lap reflection page. This isn't a quiz. I'm not asking you to decode symbols or identify the Antichrist. It's simpler than that. I want you to sit with Revelation 21, 3-5. Read it slowly, out loud if you can. Let the words land. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and He will dwell with them. They will be His people, and God Himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away." He who was seated on the throne said, "I am making everything new." News V. Then answer these 3 questions. Take your time. What tear in your life do you most want God to wipe away? What broken thing do you most want to see made new? How does knowing the ending change how you want to live today? No workbook? Grab any paper, or just sit in silence with those questions. Let them work on you. You've just finished the Red Thread Tour, Genesis to Revelation, creation to new creation, the whole story. Now the question is, what will you do with it? I've read the last page. Revelation ends with an invitation. After all the visions, after the beasts fall and Babylon burns and the new Jerusalem descends, the very last chapter contains this: "The Spirit and the bride say, 'Come,' and let the one who hears say, 'Come.' Let the one who is thirsty come, and let the one who wishes take the free gift of the water of life." Revelation 22:17, NIV. Come, not a threat, not a warning, an invitation. Open, free, for anyone thirsty enough to accept. The King who wins the war, He's not hoarding the victory. He's inviting you into it. The city with gates that never close? There's room for you. The story isn't over. Not yet. We're living in the in-between, the already and the not yet. Jesus won the decisive battle, but the final trumpet hasn't sounded. But we know how it ends. And that, my friend, changes everything. I'm not scared of Revelation anymore. I hope you're not either. Not because the imagery isn't wild. It is. I've read the last page. The hero makes it. The sacrifice means something. The darkness doesn't win. Jesus wins. And if you're with him, so do you. Ready to put all of this into practice? Turn the page. Next up, the 15-minute study method. You've got the map. You've seen the whole story. Now I'm going to give you a simple, repeatable way to actually open this book every single day. No seminary degree required, just 15 minutes and a willingness to show up. Let's make this practical. Part 4, the application. Now what? Chapter 12, the 15-minute study method. You made it. Seriously, look at where you are. You just walked through the entire Bible, Genesis to Revelation, creation to new creation, the garden where everything started, the city where everything ends, and the red thread running through all of it. That relentless rescue mission that refused to quit until it brought you home. You've got the map now. You understand the library. You know where the poetry lives, and why the prophets were so angry, and what those weird symbols in Revelation actually mean. So now what? That's the question, isn't it? You've seen the story. How do you actually live in it? I wish I could tell you I figured this out gracefully. That once I understood the big picture, everything clicked into place, and I became one of those glowing Christians who wake up at 5 a.m. with a leather journal and a heart full of gratitude. Yeah, that's not what happened. What happened was I joined a gym. The gym that broke me. New Year's Day, brand new membership card. I walked in like I owned the place. My plan? 5 hours every Saturday. I'd cram a whole week's worth of fitness into one epic session. Genius, right? I could spend the rest of the week eating pizza guilt-free because I'd already earned it. Saturday number 1, crushed it. Sore for days, couldn't lift my arms to brush my teeth. Saturday number 2, showed up. Lasted 3 hours. Left early because something in my back made a sound backs shouldn't make. Saturday number 3, it was raining and cold, and my couch was right there. By February, I'd been 4 times. By March, I forgot I had a membership. By April, I found the card while cleaning out my wallet and felt that familiar wave of shame wash over me. Again, here's the thing nobody tells you. That shame wasn't really about the gym. The gym was just the latest evidence of a pattern I couldn't seem to break. I was great at starting things, terrible at sustaining them, and nowhere did that pattern hurt more than my faith. The quiet time guilt trip. Let me explain something first. In church world, there's this phrase, quiet time. It's what Christians call the daily practice of reading the Bible and praying, like a morning meeting with God. Nobody told me where the phrase came from. It just floated around like everyone was supposed to know. How's your quiet time going? People would ask, and I'd nod and mumble something vague because the honest answer was too embarrassing. The honest answer was, it wasn't going. At all. I approached Bible study the exact same way I approached that gym. Intensity without consistency. Guilt without change. I'd get inspired. A sermon would land hard, or I'd feel that familiar spiritual restlessness that meant I'd been coasting too long. I'd set my alarm for 5 a.m. I'd gather my Bible, 3 commentaries, a journal, colored pens, and coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Day 1. Incredible. 2 hours of study, pages of notes. I felt like a monk. Day 2. Pretty good. 90 minutes. Still taking notes. Day 3. Alarm went off. Hit snooze. Twice. 3 times. Decided God would understand if I just prayed in the shower. By the end of the week, nothing. And worse than nothing, shame. That creeping guilt whispering I wasn't serious about my faith, that other people had it together and I didn't, that I just wasn't cut out for this. Sound familiar? Please tell me I'm not the only one. Here's what nobody told me. The problem wasn't my discipline, wasn't my heart, wasn't my commitment to Jesus. The problem was my method. I was trying to eat a banquet once a week instead of a meal every day, and my soul was starving. The 15-minute thing that changed everything. What if I told you 15 minutes a day would change your life more than 2 hours once a week? I didn't believe it either. Felt too easy, too small, like I was somehow cheating. Real Christians have hour-long quiet times, right? Real Christians wake up before dawn and sit in candlelit rooms with leather journals and probably don't check their phones for hours. Except, most of the real Christians I knew, just as inconsistent as me, they just hid it better. Then a mentor told me something that rewired my whole approach. You don't need to read more. You need to read regularly. Your soul doesn't need a flood once a month. It needs a drink every day. He handed me a simple method. 4 letters, 15 minutes. Something so basic I almost dismissed it. I've used it almost every day for 6 years now. It's called SOAP. SOAP. I know, another acronym, but this one actually works. Scripture, observation, application, prayer. 4 steps. That's the whole thing. Before you roll your eyes, I get it. Acronyms feel cheesy, like something from a corporate training seminar. But hear me out. This one sticks because it's actually doable. You can pull this off in 15 minutes, with screaming kids in the next room, on a lunch break, in a waiting room, before the coffee kicks in. Let me walk you through it, and then I'll actually show you what it looks like in action. Because theory without practice is just words on a page. Scripture. Read a short passage. That's it. 5 to 10 verses. Not a whole chapter, not an entire book. Just enough to actually absorb. I used to think more was better. Cover more ground, check more boxes. I'd skim entire books and remember nothing. Now, I read less, remember more. Weird how that works. Pro tip, write out the verse that grabs you. There's something about pen on paper, or thumbs on phone if that's your thing, that makes words stick. Observation. Ask yourself, what does this actually say? Not what you think it means. Not what your pastor said about it. Not that devotional thought you vaguely remember from somewhere. Just look at the text. What's happening? Who's talking? What words stand out? What's repeated? What surprises you? This is detective work. You're not adding anything yet, just noticing. Like examining a painting before you interpret it. What colors? What's in focus? What's the artist emphasizing? Write down 2 or 3 observations, simple sentences. Jesus uses the word remain a lot here. This is a command, not a suggestion. The disciples seem confused. Nothing fancy. Application. Here's where it gets personal. Ask, what does this mean for my life today? Not my life in general, not humanity in theory. Today, this week, the specific mess you're walking through right now. You're reading about forgiveness, and there's someone you haven't forgiven. You're reading about trust, and you've been white-knuckling a situation instead of letting go. You're reading about Jesus resting, and you haven't taken a real break in months. Write one specific application, not vague stuff like, I should love people more. Something concrete. I need to apologize to Sarah. I'm going to stop checking my phone first thing and pray instead. I will say no to that extra commitment. Specific, actionable, something you can actually do before the sun goes down. Prayer. Talk to God about what you just read. Doesn't need to be long, doesn't need to be eloquent, just honest. Tell him what you noticed. Tell him what you're struggling with. Ask for help actually living out that application. I write my prayers out. Keeps my mind from wandering. But you can speak them, whisper them, think them, whatever works for you. The point is conversation, not performance. That's it. Scripture, observation, application, prayer. 4 steps, 15 minutes, done. Now let me show you what this actually looks like. Let's actually do this together. Theory is nice. Practice is better. I'm going to pick a verse and walk you through exactly what my SOAP looks like. This is the training wheels moment. Grab a pen if you want. Follow along. The verse is John 15:5. Quick context. It's Jesus talking to his closest followers the night before he was arrested. They don't know yet that their world is about to collapse. Jesus does. So he's giving them something to hold on to when everything falls apart. Here's what he says. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. John 15:5, NIV. Okay, let's soap this thing. S, Scripture. I'd write out the verse in my journal, word for word, slowly. Let it land. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Already just copying it, I'm noticing things I'd miss if I just skimmed. Oh, observation. What do I actually see here? First, Jesus uses a farming picture. He's the vine, we're branches. His audience would have understood this instantly. Grapevines were everywhere. They knew branches don't produce grapes on their own. Cut off from the vine, dead wood. Second, the word remain jumps out. It's not visit me occasionally, not think about me when convenient. Remain, stay, abide. That's the old school word some translations use. Ongoing connection, not occasional contact. Third, there's a promise and a warning in the same breath. Promise, you will bear much fruit. Warning, apart from me, you can do nothing. Nothing, not less than you could, not a smaller harvest. Nothing. My observations might look like this. Jesus compares himself to a vine and us to branches. Branches can't produce fruit alone. The key word is remain. Staying connected, not just visiting. The contrast is stark. Much fruit versus nothing. No middle ground. A, application. This is where I get honest. Where am I trying to produce fruit on my own? Where am I running on empty, wondering why nothing's working? Where have I disconnected from the vine and started operating like a branch that doesn't need roots? Right now, honestly, I've been pushing hard at work, grinding, waking up and immediately thinking about my to-do list. My first instinct when I open my eyes isn't connection with God. It's anxiety about deadlines. That's a branch trying to produce fruit on its own. And I'm exhausted, dry, running on fumes. My application, before I check my phone or think about work, I will spend 5 minutes in the morning just being with God. Not asking for anything, just remaining. Reconnecting to the vine before I try to bear any fruit. Specific, actionable, tied directly to what the text actually says. P, prayer. Here's what I'd write. Jesus, I'm tired. I've been running on my own strength and wondering why I feel empty. Forgive me for disconnecting. Forgive me for acting like I can produce anything good without you. Help me remain today. Help me stay connected before I start striving. I don't want to be dead wood. I want to bear fruit. But I can't do that apart from you. Teach me what it actually looks like to abide. Amen. That's it, the whole thing. 8 minutes, 10 at most. You just watched me do Bible study. Not complicated, not impressive, just showing up. Why this actually works and why you can do it. I've tried a lot of methods over the years. Fancy reading plans, thick study guides, apps with streaks and badges. Most of them fizzled out by February, just like that gym membership. Soap stuck. I think I know why. It's small enough to actually do. The enemy of consistency isn't laziness, it's intimidation. When your quiet time feels like a massive undertaking requiring perfect conditions, you'll skip it every time life gets busy. And life is always busy. Soap fits in the cracks. That's the point. It moves from head to heart to hands. Scripture gets information into your head. Observation helps you think. Application moves it to your heart. Prayer activates your hands. You're not just learning about God, you're responding to Him. That's the difference between studying a person and actually knowing them. It builds over time. One soap session won't transform your life, but 100 of them, a year's worth? Something shifts. You start recognizing patterns. You start noticing how God speaks to your specific situations. You build a history with this book. Remember that red thread we've been tracing? The rescue mission running from Genesis to Revelation? Soap is how you stop just reading about the rescue and start living inside it. Every day, 15 minutes at a time. The people who actually get fit aren't the ones who destroy themselves once a month. They're the ones who show up for 20 minutes 3 times a week for years. Small, consistent, compounding. Same goes for your soul. The SOAP method. S. Scripture. Read a short passage, 5 to 10 verses. Write out the verse that grabs you. O. Observation. What does it say? Notice details, repeated words, who's speaking. A. Application. What does this mean for my life today? Be specific and actionable. P. Prayer. Talk to God about what you read. Ask for help living it out. 15 minutes. 4 steps. A lifetime of transformation. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the 7-Day SOAP Challenge. 7 pages, 1 for each day. Simple boxes for all 4 steps. Nothing fancy, nothing intimidating. Here's your assignment. I'm giving it to you because I believe you can actually do this. Pick one book of the Bible, something short. Mark if you want action. Philippians if you want encouragement. James if you want practical wisdom. All solid choices. You won't pick wrong. Then, every day for 7 days, read a small section and soap it. Don't overthink it. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't convince yourself you need to finish the coffee first, or find the right pen, or wait until the house is quiet. Just start. 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes. No workbook? No problem. Grab a notebook. Draw 4 sections on each page. Label them S, O, A, P. Done. You've got everything you need. The tool doesn't matter. The showing up does. You've already done the hard part. You understand the story now. You know what you're reading and why it matters. That's huge. Most people never get there. Now you just need to keep showing up. Day after day, 15 minutes at a time. You can do this. I really believe that. What 15 minutes built. I want to tell you what happened after I started doing this consistently. Nothing dramatic at first. No lightning bolts. No audible voices. Just 15 minutes a day, most days, sometimes missing a day and not hating myself for it. But after a few months, something shifted. I started recognizing God's voice in ordinary moments. A phrase from my morning reading would pop into my head during a tense conversation. A promise I'd written down would surface exactly when I needed it. The Bible stopped feeling like an ancient document and started feeling like a living conversation. My wife noticed. Friends noticed. I was calmer, more grounded, less likely to spiral when things went sideways. I don't say this to brag. I say it because I want you to know what's possible. You don't need more information. You need connection. The SOAP method isn't magic. It's just a structure that helps you actually meet with God instead of just reading about Him. That's all any method can do. Create space for the encounter. The encounter itself? That's between you and Him. Remember that verse we studied? Apart from me, you can do nothing. The flip side is just as true. Connected to Him, you can bear fruit you never imagined. Not through striving, through remaining. 15 minutes. 4 steps. A vine and a branch. You've traced the red thread from beginning to end. Now it's time to let that thread weave through your actual days. Go remain. Turn the page. Next up, troubleshooting your quiet time. What happens when you get bored? When you miss a week? When your mind won't stop racing? I've got answers. And confessions. Let's go. Chapter 13. Troubleshooting your quiet time. The Bible on my nightstand was judging me. At least, that's how it felt. 3 weeks. Maybe 4. I hadn't opened it once. Remember that SOAP method I was so excited about in the last chapter? The one I promised would change everything? Yeah, I abandoned it somewhere around day 12. Life got busy, the way life always does, and my 15-minute routine slipped first. Before work became before lunch. Before lunch became before bed. Before bed became tomorrow. Tomorrow became next week. Next week became a month of dust collecting on the leather cover. Every morning I'd see it sitting there, accusing me. And every morning I'd feel that familiar twist in my gut. Guilt, shame, the quiet accusation. You said you were going to be different this time. So I did what any mature, spiritually grounded adult would do. I moved the Bible to a drawer where I couldn't see it. Problem solved, right? Wrong. So wrong. The guilt didn't go away. It just went underground. Now I was avoiding God and lying to myself about it. A real spiritual double feature. Here's what I wish someone had told me during those weeks of silence. God wasn't mad. He was waiting. He was waiting the way a dad waits for his kid to come downstairs for breakfast. The food's already on the table, the coffee's already poured. He's not checking his watch. He's just hoping you'll show up. The attendance sheet that doesn't exist. I grew up thinking God kept score. Nobody handed me a spreadsheet at Sunday school, but I absorbed the idea anyway. Miss a day? Red mark. Miss a week? Bigger red mark. Miss a month? God's probably moved on to someone more disciplined. Someone who actually has their act together. That's not how this works. Not even close. Jesus told a story once. You can find it in Luke chapter 15 if you want to read it later. A son took his inheritance early, blew it on stupid decisions, and came crawling home, expecting to be treated like hired help. He'd rehearsed his apology speech the whole way back, figured his dad might let him sleep in the barn if he groveled enough. But the father saw him coming from a distance, and he ran to meet him with a hug, a robe, a party. No lecture, no clipboard full of missed days. Jesus told that story because the religious people of his day thought God worked like an attendance sheet. They were wrong then. We're still wrong now. Missing a day doesn't make God mad. It just makes you hungry. The table's still set. The Father's still there. You just haven't eaten in a while. So, you've been away. Welcome back. Seriously, no guilt trip here. Now let's talk about why you left in the first place. Problem number 1. You're bored. I'm going to say something that might get me in trouble. Sometimes the Bible is boring. There, I said it. Lightning hasn't struck yet. I'll keep going. Look, I know it's the inspired word of God. I know it's living and active. I also know that my eyes have glazed over more times than I can count while reading genealogies and numbers or the dimensions of Solomon's temple. The porch was 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide. I'm sorry, I love Jesus. I cannot stay awake for ancient architecture measurements. Boredom is normal. It doesn't mean you're bad at this. Here's what helped me. When I hit a boring stretch, I ask myself 2 questions. First, am I reading the wrong section for right now? Remember the library from way back in chapter 1? Different shelves serve different purposes. If you're going through a hard season and you're forcing yourself through Leviticus, no wonder you're bored. Your soul needs Psalms right now. The poetry shelf, the emotional soundtrack. Go there. You have permission. I'm giving it to you. Second, am I reading too much at once? Sometimes boredom is just fatigue wearing a disguise. When I tried to read 5 chapters a day, my brain checked out by chapter 2. I was skimming, not seeing. When I dropped to 1 paragraph studied slowly using the SOAP method from last chapter, suddenly interesting again. Less reading, more noticing. That's the fix. Problem number 2. Your phone is ruining everything. I need to confess something embarrassing. I once checked Instagram in the middle of reading the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus was talking about not worrying, right there in Matthew chapter 6. And I was scrolling through vacation photos of people I barely know, feeling inadequate about my own life. The irony hit me. Eventually, your phone is a saboteur during quiet time. Sorry, I know you love it. Every notification is a tiny interruption. Every buzz whispers that something more interesting is happening somewhere else. Here's my rule now. The phone stays in another room, not silenced, not flipped over, in another room. I know, feels dramatic. It works. If you need your phone for a Bible app, fine, but turn on airplane mode first. Or use a physical Bible. Yes, those still exist. They don't send notifications about your cousin's birthday or that package out for delivery. The Distraction Shield worksheet in the digital workbook walks you through this. You'll identify your top 3 attention thieves, then plan specific countermeasures. For most of us, the phone is enemy number 1. Neutralize it first. Problem number 3. You don't have time. Really? I'm not trying to be harsh here, but let's be honest with each other for a second. You have time for Netflix. You have time for scrolling. You have time for that 3rd cup of coffee while staring at the wall and wondering why you're so tired. You have 15 minutes. Time isn't the real problem. Priority is. And I get it. When something feels optional, it gets cut first. The urgent always beats the important. Your inbox screams. Your Bible whispers. Here's my practical fix. Attach your quiet time to something you already do. I read my Bible right after I pour my 1st cup of coffee. Not before, not after breakfast, right there in that moment while the mug is still too hot to drink. Coffee becomes the trigger. Bible becomes automatic. My brain doesn't have to decide anything. Coffee, then Bible. Done. Some people do it right after brushing their teeth. Some do it during their lunch break. The specific time doesn't matter. The attachment does. Habit stacking. Look it up if you want the science, or just trust me, it works. Problem number 4, the dry season. This one's harder to fix with tips and tricks. Sometimes you show up, you read, you pray, and you feel nothing. No goosebumps, no revelations, no sense that God is even in the room. Just you and words on a page that might as well be a phone book. I've had dry seasons last months, once almost a year. I'd sit with my Bible open, do the soap method like a robot, and walk away unchanged, empty. It was like calling a friend who never picks up. Here's what I learned in those seasons, and I learned it the hard way. Feelings are not the point. I know that sounds cold. Hear me out. You don't stop eating because food stops tasting good when you have a cold. You eat anyway, because your body needs fuel whether you enjoy it or not. The nourishment still works even when your taste buds don't. Same with your soul. The dry seasons are not evidence that God left. They're evidence that you're human. Emotions fluctuate. Circumstances drain us. Sometimes the connection feels weak even when it's still there. The Wi-Fi signal looks like 1 bar, but the internet is still working. Keep showing up. That's the whole strategy. Unsexy, unimpressive. Keep sitting down. Keep opening the book. Keep whispering prayers even when they feel like they hit the ceiling and bounce back. One day, and I can't tell you when because I don't know, the clouds will break. You'll read a verse you've read 100 times and it will hit different. The connection will surge back, and you'll realize it was never actually gone. God doesn't hide during dry seasons. He's teaching you to seek Him for who He is, not for how He makes you feel. That's a harder lesson. It's also a more important one. Quick fixes for common problems. Boredom. Switch books. Read less. Notice more. Ask, what's one thing here? Distraction. Phone in another room. Airplane mode. Physical Bible. No time. Attach to existing habit. 15 minutes exists. Find it. Dry season. Keep showing up. Feelings aren't the point. He's still there. Your turn. If you've got the digital workbook, pull up the Distraction Shield Planner. Here's what you're going to do. First, list your top 3 distractions. Be brutal. Phone? Kids? That nagging to-do list running through your head like a hamster on a wheel? Write them down. Name your enemies. Second, plan your countermeasure for each one. Phone goes in the closet. Kids get 15 minutes of screen time. Yes, it's okay. This matters. To-do list gets written on paper so your brain can let it go. Third, pick your trigger habit. What's the thing you already do every single day that your quiet time can attach to? Coffee? Teeth brushing? Sitting down after the kids leave for school? Simple. Intentional. And intention beats willpower every time. No workbook? Grab any paper. 3 columns. Distraction, solution, when. Fill it in. Stick it inside your Bible as a bookmark. Done. Why this matters more than you think. Can I tell you why I think the enemy works so hard to keep you out of this book? Because this is where you meet the hero of the whole story. Every time you open these pages, you're tracing that red thread we've been following since chapter 2. The rescue mission that spans 66 books and thousands of years. Your distractions aren't random. Your dry seasons aren't accidents. There's a reason it feels hard to stay connected to the story that tells you who you really are and who really loves you. But here's the thing. You're not alone in this fight. Remember that spirit we talked about in chapter 9? The one who showed up like fire and wind at Pentecost? He's still here. Still in you if you've said yes to Jesus. And he wants you in this book even more than you want to be there. Ask him for help. Seriously. Before you open to Genesis or Psalms or wherever you're reading, just whisper, "Help me see something today." He will. Back to the nightstand. I eventually moved my Bible back to the nightstand, not because the guilt went away on its own, because I realized the guilt was lying to me. God wasn't waiting to shame me for the weeks I'd missed. He was just waiting. Period. Full stop. The way he's always been waiting. Since the garden, since the exile, since every prodigal who ever wandered off and wondered if the door was still open. The door is still open. The table is still set. The Father is still there. The story is still unfolding. And there's a seat with your name on it. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to show up, even if it's been a while. Especially if it's been a while. Turn the page. Next up, the end is the beginning. You've walked through the whole story. You know the plot. Now what? Spoiler, you weren't meant to do this alone. Let's talk about community.
Chapter 14. The end is the beginning. I almost quit writing this book on page 47, sat in my office, staring at a blinking cursor, convinced I had nothing worth saying. Who was I to teach anyone about the Bible? I still get confused in the minor prophets. I still skip Leviticus sometimes. I still have weeks where my quiet time looks more like quiet nothing. I called a friend, told him I was done. Fraud, fake, couldn't do it. He listened. Then he said something I didn't expect.
Good. Now you're ready to write. Because the people reading this, they feel the exact same way. They need someone who gets it, not someone who has it all figured out. I went back to page 47, and now here we are. You and me. Last chapter. I didn't quit. Neither did you. Look at what you just did. Seriously, stop for a second. Look back. Chapter 1. You walked into a library you didn't know how to navigate. 66 books, different genres, different shelves. It felt like a wall, not a door. Now, you've got the map. You understand why Leviticus exists. You know the prophets weren't fortune tellers. You traced the red thread from a garden in Genesis to a city in Revelation. Creation, fall, redemption, restoration. One story, one hero who refused to give up on people like us. Last chapter, we talked about what happens when you drift, when the Bible collects dust, when guilt whispers that you've blown it again. Remember what I said? The door's still open, the table's still set. God wasn't keeping score. He was just waiting. Well, you showed up. You kept showing up, chapter after chapter. And now you're a Bible reader. That's no small thing. Most people never get here. They open to a random page, hit something confusing, close the cover forever. You didn't. You stayed on the trail when it got steep. You did that. Not me. I just held the map. You did the walking. But here's the thing I need to tell you before we part ways, and I really need you to hear this. You can't keep doing this alone. The book club you didn't know you needed. Yeah, I know. That sounds weird. We live in an age of personal quiet times, individual devotions, apps that track your private reading streak. All of that is fine. good even. But it was never the whole picture. Think about how these books were first experienced. A letter from Paul arrives in Corinth. Someone stands up in the gathering, reads it out loud, together. The whole community hearing the same words at the same time, arguing about what it means over dinner, figuring out how to actually live it. The Bible was always meant for a community, never for people reading alone in a corner. I call that community a book club. You might know it by its older name, the church. I know, that word carries baggage, probably a lot of it. Buildings that felt cold, people who let you down, institutions that seemed more interested in rules than relationship. I get it, really. But the church at its best? A group of people pulling the red thread together, reading this story, living this story, reminding each other who we are when we forget. And you will forget, I promise. Life gets loud. Distractions multiply. That red thread you traced so carefully, it'll start to feel distant, like something you used to care about. That's when you need someone across from you, coffee in hand, saying, "Hey, I read something this morning that wrecked me. Can I share it?" You need a book club. What I wish someone had told me. For years, I tried to follow Jesus solo. Just me, my Bible, my quiet determination. I figured community was optional, a nice add-on for extroverts. Real spirituality happened in private, between me and God, no witnesses required. I was so wrong. The dry seasons lasted longer when I faced them solo. Doubts grew louder without anyone to push back. Distractions won more often because no one was asking how my reading was actually going. Then I joined a small group. Nothing fancy, 5 people who agreed to read the same book of the Bible each week and talk about it. No curriculum, just showing up and being honest. Everything changed. They saw things I missed, asked questions I never thought to ask, held me accountable when I started drifting, celebrated when something clicked. They became the hands and feet of Jesus in my life, pulling me back to the story every time I wandered. Find your people. A local church, a small group, a Bible study at someone's kitchen table. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be real. The thread keeps going. Here's the wildest part. The red thread didn't end at Revelation. It's still being pulled. Every time someone reads this story and believes it, the thread extends. Every time a church gathers and breaks bread together, the thread strengthens. Every time you open this book and meet the God behind the words, you become part of something that started in a garden and stretches toward a city we haven't seen yet. You're not just reading the story anymore, you're in it. Act 4 is still unfolding. Restoration is still in progress. And you, you have a role to play. Not a spectator seat, a speaking part. So keep reading, keep showing up, keep pulling the thread. And for the love of everything holy, don't try to do it by yourself. Your next steps checklist. Find a local church. Visit one this week. Doesn't have to be perfect, just show up. Join a small group or Bible study. Ask around. Most churches have options. If yours doesn't, start one. Pick your next book to read. I'd suggest Mark, short, punchy, action-packed. Or Philippians, warm, encouraging, only 4 chapters. Keep using SOAP, 15 minutes a day. You've got this. You've proven it. Tell someone what you learned. Seriously. Today. The best way to remember the story is to share it. One last thing. Remember page 47? My crisis of confidence? That friend who talked me off the ledge wasn't just being nice, he was being church. He reminded me of the story when I'd forgotten it, pulled the thread when my hands had gone slack. That's what this whole thing is about. Meeting the God who's been chasing you since before you were born, and finding some people to chase him with. He's in these pages, waiting, like he's always been waiting. Go find him, and when you do, don't keep it to yourself. You've reached the last page of this book, but your story? It's just getting started. Now go pull some thread.